Well, wow. Good morning, everybody. Or should I say good afternoon now? Holy smokes, that was a hot minute to get logged on. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and get started here. Yeah, it took me an hour and a half. I think I started actually closer to an hour and 45 minutes ago trying to get logged into the PTU here this morning. And I just had to persevere to get on here this morning. So, good morning, Daniel. Angry Man, how are you? Scarred, Grift, how are you? Nate, good morning. How are you guys doing today? Thank you for joining me. We're going to have a little fun for sure. So, let's go ahead and get started here. First thing I noticed is I need to go get a drink. So, let's go ahead and go grab that. Yeah, my next movie was about to get published for sure. So we'll go down to the refinery, grab a drink, and top off. Now, a couple of things that I've noticed, right? Right now in 3.18, the brands or the mining modules don't seem to be working, at least the active ones. So I'm going to load on some passives and see if those work. Hey, Chris, good morning. How are you, sir? Chris says, what up, my peeps? So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get a drink here. Let's get topped off. I'm going to fly over to HURL2 and pick up a Rieger. And then we're going to kind of do a little bit different meta onto the old prospector. We're going to go two C3, what are they called? Oh boy, I should know this. Two of your VAX UC3s and one Rieger. Now there is a Rieger C2, but my OCD will not allow me to use that one. I gotta go pick up a Rieger C3. So it is funny. All right, but let's go ahead and start by kind of topping off here. It was a barn burner trying to get logged on this morning for sure. And who knows how this is gonna go? We're just gonna kind of play it by ear. So we're 99. Yeah, I'll grab one more. We'll top off if we can. Did I grab it? I don't know. There we go. All right, tilt one of these guys back. I really like, this used to be Waters here. I really like how they put the Luxes in and it kind of, meets both needs, which is kind of cool. Griff says, I've been spending my time in the PU when I want to play. And I don't blame it. I generally am. And it's funny, I used to not PTU test at all. But, I kind of got into it when the mining gadgets became a thing. When 316.1 was going to turn into 317, 317, right before Invictus, I was testing the mining gadgets and kind of got into it. But the reality is I'm just so tired of 317. That's why I haven't logged in there in a while, I think, and I'm just ready to move on. So that's why. Also, there's a lot of learning and testing to be done. So, all right, I got my helmet on. I think. Let's back up. I think I put it on. Yeah, I did good. So we're gonna head over to HURL3, HURL2, and I'm gonna buy a Rieger C3 module, and then we're gonna head over to Lyria and do a little mining. Hey, Daniel, how are you? Nice to see you. Nice to see all you guys. Thanks for hanging in there. It was like I said, it was a bit of a challenge getting logged on this morning. So, oh boy, all my prospectors are. Now that's funny. This shouldn't be destroyed. I understand why it is, but it definitely shouldn't be. And it's, oh, that's interesting. And look at, there is the one here. So we'll go ahead. I just want to make sure now that I think about it, I just want to make sure I don't have, because I landed. That's funny, Nate. Hey, Streams, how are you, sir? So, yeah, I forgot. I landed and I was unable to, the elevators weren't working, but I had Quantanium on the last time. So let's go down to the refinery and make sure I don't have any Quantanium on this time before I try and head out in a Quantanium-laden vessel. So do I think 3.18 will drop before 317.8? I made the joke to the Astro historian the other day that 317.6 for Invictus. I don't, so hey, everybody say hi to Star. Yeah, you guys, that's awesome. So, holy smokes, did it take a hot minute to get logged on today? But yeah, we're gonna go ahead here and see if I have any Quantanium on board. We'll begin here. Ooh, I did. Dynex Solvenation. Oh, I guess I don't. Well, that's weird. It's not saying there's any in there. Oh. Well, what about here? Let's just see. Maybe it's got some junk in there. Yeah, maybe not. All right, good. I just wanted to make sure I didn't take off and have the alarm going off. Ah, Mahooty. Hi, Star. You still in prison? Yeah, Star. It was a battle. I mean, I started an hour and almost 2 hours ago now trying to get logged in, and you know, it was it was the new game loop was trying to find a server that would let me play. Oh, let's see, hangers and habs. We'll go up there and we'll launch the prospector, and we will. I think in my backpack I have these. Yeah, so we'll go buy the Rieger C3 over at HURL2, and then I'll load all that stuff on. And I don't know if it's going to work or not. I know that the active modules, the Brants, when I have to fire them off, they don't work. And that's, I'm sure it's something that they'll address before, but it is something I need to go double check and make sure that there's an issue council item for. And if not, then I need to write one up. Hey, Sander, how are you? Nice to see you. Mahooty, by the way, nice to see you. It's great that you're back properly and streaming live again. I'm definitely trying, Star, for sure. Hey, history teacher. Hey, how have you been feeling, man? I'll bet you've got 32 of a nerd on board. Hello, by the way. Nice to see you, Teach. How you been, man? That's awesome. Definitely had you on my mind a few times. So yeah, we're gonna head over to HURL3. We're gonna buy a Rieger C3. Then we're gonna put those passive modules on the prospector, and then we're gonna head over to Lyria. And I'm gonna teach you guys, anybody who's not familiar with how to locate Quantanium or any really kind of nodes really fast using the RS signature. And it's really a really cool way to kind of just buzz along really quickly and locate things that you want to mine. At least, specifically to Lyria, whenever there's anything more than 2 rocks, it's always Quantanium. So the RS signature value really pays extra good dividends over that way. So that's what we're gonna do. So yeah, just like Star saying, nice to see me streaming a bit. I definitely have had lots of life challenges these last few months, and I can't wait to the day, sometime in the future where I can actually stream on a more regular basis. And that day will come someday, hopefully. So all right, let's kick these guys on. All right. So we have to head over to HURL2. That's where what we want is the Faithful Dream Station. That's where the Rieger is going to be located at that we want. It's a Rieger C3. 6 scan kills gems mining for me a bit. Oh, you know what? I can understand, Starry. What you're probably saying is it kind of takes away from the thrill of the hunt a little bit. Because you always, I can appreciate that actually. And I don't, it's hard to say how it's all going to work out, I think we're just in this, it seems like the scanning is in a bit of an iterative place. And if that's the point you're making, I really do understand that. I actually kind of thought about that. I wonder if that was going to take some of the mystery out of it, which is, and that's one of the things. It's like, not to be weird, and I don't recommend this, but it's like kind of buying a scratch off ticket, right? It's like the excitement of, is there gonna be something in here? You know what I mean? That type of thing. I totally understand that. So we have the Goliath on board this ship, so it's not the fastest drive. We're just gonna kind of enjoy the journey over here. And I want to say one of the things that I have really enjoyed about 3.18 is kind of being able to lean on some of the persistence stuff. One of my favorite things I've been doing lately is taking my Pisces, medical Pisces, flying it out to the air in halo, landing it inside an 890 derelict hangar, EVAing off of the 890, just calling for a pickup, having somebody pick me up and take me back to ARC L1, and then returning, just using that as like a kind of a forward outpost. Like, hey Mobutu, nice to see you. How have you been, sir? So yeah, it's like using the icon, because it's basically stays on. It stays persistent. You can actually go back to your ship, so you can keep going back to the same 890 over and over again. To me, that's like a magnitude of, like of just of coolness that's like way more. Like, just being able to kind of have, kind of some like a beacon planted that you can return to in the air in Halo and do salvage. It's really cool. You know what I mean? Those are actually, the inventories work on those things. They're actually, and Grumpy said something about this. You almost can use them as kind of a mobile, like their own little space station or whatever. I actually am just using it to just as a spot to go back and to be able to consistently, it's just marks the node for me, so I can go back and hull scrape. But I can tell you, after 3.18 drops, I can't imagine hanging around Area 18 or someplace or ArcCorp or any of the Lagrange points to salvage. So kind of getting used to the game loop running out to the Halo is a good thing. So yeah, that part of it I've been really enjoying. I think that there's just a level of coolness to that is special, and so Mobutu says, how is everyone today? How is everyone today? By the way, 8 likes already. Thank you so much. Do the respawn, yeah, they do, Nate. You actually can spawn out. Now, the problem is when you spawn back in, you're not going to have, your ship that you left there is not going to be there. You'll just be stuck in the old the old 890 derelict. But it does work. You know what I mean? And it's pretty incredible. I mean, to me, I honestly think, let me give you guys one scenario, right? If there was a team of, say, 3 or 4 of you, 4 of you could fly out inside those Pisces, have 3 890s located, plant your Pisces at those different 890s, like quantum out there together, come out and then load it. Oh, history teacher, the Quicksilver armor set is, I think you purchase it. I don't know that you can purchase it in game yet. I haven't found that color in game, but it's one of those ones that you can purchase in the store. And so, make sure you hit like thanks, Grift. So yeah, and then you could actually then have the 4th guy kind of collect the other 3, fly back, grab a reclaimer. And then you would have a reclaimer that has 3 890s marked in the air in Halo. And you could just clean all 3 of those up and then make your flight in. So that's, there's some pretty cool ideas, because ideally I think you would use a 4-man crew in a reclaimer, a pilot, 2 dedicated lasers, and 1 dedicated cargo guy, maybe even a 5th guy in the cargo, a second cargo area person. But, if all of you flew out to the air in Halo and did a synchronized quantum drive, and then all, 3 of the 4 of you located an 890 derelict, and then whoever the 4th person was who didn't locate one, just flew around and picked the other 3 up, fly back, grab the reclaimer, and then you have 3 890s marked, and you can just clean those up, fly around in the air in Halo, and it's awesome to be able to plant those medical Pisces. If you just land them right in the 890 derelict, and then get a pickup and fly back, and you'll have a quantum marker that you can return to. And it's been great. I've just loved that. So, but I'm moving on now to to what I normally do, which is Quantanium mining. And I want to just kind of grab all the scan mechanics and get all that stuff together as we prepare to to do some videos and some things for, you know, making sure people understand the Quantanium loop. And so right now we're definitely not seeing where the pass or the active, like if I try and fire off a branch, it doesn't work. Like alt 1, alt 2, and alt 3 doesn't work. So I'm going to try and grab some passives and see if those work. So part of this is me, you know, just having some fun and doing some mining, but I am doing some research here to see when I go to write up my, you know, or add to an issue council issue with the, you know, with the mining modules. If, you know, if I can state that passives work, but actives don't or something like that, it would be helpful. So in we go. Anyways, very long-winded. So I hope everybody's doing well. It's a beautiful Saturday. Hey there, Jonathan Strong. How are you, sir? Hey there, happy Saturday to you, Jonathan. Hope that you're well. For sure. And we're going to cruise on in here. Like I said, we've got a Rieger C3 that we're going to pick up down in the refinery. And then we're going to load 2 VAUX C3s and 1 Rieger C3 onto this prospector, and then we're going to fly back over to Lyria and do a little mining. So that's our next, you know, few minutes, hopefully, if the server holds. Hey, Hamma, nice to see you. How you been? Salute to you, my friend. So, yeah, here we go. Hey, Omega, how you been? Omega's got a salute for y'all as well. All right, we'll drop the gear. VTOLs. We'll go ahead and call the ATC, and we will just kind of see where they say they want us. Okay, over this way. It looks like an inner ring landing. And that's cool. Speed up just a touch. Open mining mode. See if you've got a full load of inert. Oh, yeah, that's a good question. This thing's saying even got an arbor, which is... Hopefully they have Lancets here. If not, I'll have to hit back... I'll have to fly back to ARC-L1. Well, maybe I might have one. Oh, I'm going to turn my engines off. I was going to load one. Oh, boy. So this actually, what happened was this wasn't the one that blew up. Picked up some new TTRPG books. Nice. Oh, okay. Maybe this is an outer ring. That sounds cool. Played a little D&D last night with Max and my buddy Eric, and we had a lot of fun. We have a regular campaign that we've had going for a couple of years now. Battletech. Yeah, I love Battletech for sure. Yeah. Maybe it was an inside. It's weird. I thought it was an inside one, but it didn't. Didn't look like it for a hot minute. Been out 30 years. Yeah, isn't that crazy? What the heck? Oh. Well. There we go. Helps if you orientate yourself. I was right side down. We got some popcorny sounds happening here. Oh, look at that over there. See that over there? Oh, dude, that doesn't sound... it doesn't sound good. That sounds bad. Oh, we're going to have some fun. All right, let's set this guy down. Let's go grab our... Hopefully, I don't know if they have a Lancet here or not. They probably don't. We'll have to go back to ARC-L1. Oh, I should have did the old pre... Look at this over here, you guys. This is funny. Hold on. Let me do a post-flight here. I noticed this out of the corner of my eye. Oh, boy. Look at this. Smoke. Oh, boy. It doesn't look like it's going to end well. Oh, man. Hey, Sandy, how you been? Hey, Sandy, hey, guys, while I got you, Sandy's been doing this awesome show, like video series called Bullish that I've been really enjoying, where he just kind of shows you kind of the best trade routes or some of the better trade routes. Some things that people don't always think about as far as trading goes. Really, really good series. Sandy, you've been doing a really good job with Bullish. But yeah, this is what I'm talking about over here. It's like, oh man, that's a tornado of trouble right there. That's going on over there too. All right, we'll stay away from that mess. We're gonna go down and we're gonna call the elevator. Hopefully we can. All right, cool. Never a dull moment. No, you're exactly right, Chris. Oh boy. Yeah, I definitely did not bring the Lancet. I did not. I thought that one already had the Lancet. Cole and Yoder? Where have you been, man? Nice to see you, brother. That is awesome. I'm going to store this guy. Should I look away from that? Yeah, exactly. It burns. Good. Thanks, guy. Glad to see finally getting some time to jump in the verse. Yes, that is exactly right. It's definitely a time thing for sure. How do you get the landing pad to light up like that? Oh, well, you call them, Daniel. You call ATC and ask them if they would give you a place to land, and that's just naturally how it works. I've been looking on getting into that in 318. Nice. Oh yeah, 318 is it's Colton, it's definitely it's fun, but it's you absolutely want to go in there with your flame retardant suit because it's gonna be spicy. It's spicy in here for sure. There's a lot of little extra quirky little stings and. All right, so oh wow, hey citizen. Oh. So we want a rig. This is what we're here to quick buy. Boom. All right. And let's just see where that wound up. Probably in the station, I would imagine. And maybe I can have it go straight to my backpack. Quicksilver backpack. Rig. You can do it. Quick buy. All right, so success. Oh, Lancet is here as well. Let's find out. I hope it is. Hey, nicely done, Mobutu. Thank you, sir. That's awesome. Well, that worked out better than I'd hoped. I heard flame retardant suit and spicy. So we get a Taco Bell. Hey, Crypt. Yeah. That's awesome. I see what you did there. All right. I couldn't see my backpack a second ago. What the heck? Oh, no. You can load it up. All right. What about... Let's just see if we even get a ship loadout. What? Look at they're all blocked. What the heck? All right, let's run up. I have Urkel on the other tab. Ah, thank you, sir. That's awesome. They didn't promise us RSI. Didn't they promise us? Yeah, there is an RSI mining ship. That one got voted on. It's the one, Sandy, that's going to be larger than the Mole, but smaller than the Orion. It's going to be an RSI ship. And, I would imagine that thing might couple up with the old Galaxy pretty well if I were to think. But, just a thought, because I know that has like that, the Galaxy has that refining module. So you have to wonder if those two ships might be. Allie Moore, welcome to the channel, Allie. Not a name I recognize. I certainly try and do call out names I don't recognize and, hope that you're well. Thank you for joining today. All righty. We're kind of running around here seeing if we can get lucky and get the stuff loaded onto our ship. Because we definitely aren't seeing everything that we'd like to see here. What about vehicle stuff? My backpack has stuff in it. Yeah, you know, those modules do fit in the backpacks, Mabutu. I know, it's crazy. You know, I have, you know, for whatever reason, those do, because I guess they're probably just like, you know, maybe like the size of a football or something when you attach them to the laser. American football. I guess I was thinking in that particular case. Not to be a grumpy clone, they promised us, they give us the tears. Yeah. Huh. Well, I was hoping, beyond hope, that maybe I could get this part sorted out here. Give me a... All right, well... I know I put one in my backpack. But we're not having any luck looking at them. Absurd idea of the day. Capital size mining chip that's larger than an Idris. Well, I think that the Orion is probably going to be larger than an Idris, Angry. You know, the Orion is going to be, it's massive. It's a massive capital class ship. And I'm fairly certain that one is going to be larger than the Idris. Got to get some bigger rocks to mine then. Yes, and it's kind of an asteroid, like a field muncher. Deselect armor. Mabutu says deselect armor. Mabutu, when you say deselect armor, what do you mean exactly? Is the dark gray aerial armor 318, or can I buy it in game? No, this particular, like, it's called Quicksilver Hammer. I've only bought it off the store, and like a long time ago, I bought this particular set. I haven't seen it in the game yet, you know. But this is definitely my favorite of the suits. I like the blue one a lot too. Don't get me wrong, the dark blue one. And it's really, I like the black cherry one and the orange one and the yellow one too. But this is my favorite one of the bunch, the Quicksilver. So yeah, I'm not. Let's see here. Was definitely hoping beyond hope. Gonna need to be able to see item port helpers. I wonder what that is. Weird. You have filters. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Sort. Custom. Clear. Do I have it unselected now? I think I have anything checked. The other thing is my I did store it. All right, so it's still transferring to storage. Now others selected. But I don't want that. How's it? I don't see that it is. I don't see anything selected. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, no problem. No problem. I appreciate the help, honestly. I really want to put these things on the prospector. This prospector is, you can obviously, if I stored my vehicle a while ago and it's still doing the transferring thing, you know that it's just the server trying to catch up here. So we'll give it a sec. Here's what I'll do is I'll just kind of hit inventory. And let's see if it does resolve it. We'll give it a minute and see if it does resolve itself. Hey, Peter, how you been? It's nice to see you. Happy New Year. I don't think you and I have talked since the New Year. Hope that you're well, sir. Nice to see you. We're kind of just gumming our way. There should be a vehicle tab. I know. but the vehicle still like hasn't stored yet entirely. Is there a list somewhere? I have this issue. This is the fix. Oh, well, there is, Colton, on the issue council. A lot of people will mention if there's a workaround for a particular issue, but the inventory is not working right is pretty well known. And we're not gonna, I'll switch over to just, the good news is you don't have to load any special components. I'll switch over to to salvage if I have to here. You can see this is still kind of transferring. After I land, I stored this thing and it's still kind of transferring. Colton, the folks on Spectrum helped us, are usually pretty good about knowing workarounds for various places. I agree with history 100%. Sometimes the inventory works better in other parts of the station. Oh, that's interesting, Mabutu. Let's find that out. Nice to see your stream again. Yeah, thank you very much. All right. What about here? We're going to go, let's go kind of get in maybe a small room that doesn't have to load that much stuff. Let's see if we can patient register. Room 2. All right, let's go to room 2. Maybe if we get in a smaller room where it doesn't have to load that much stuff. That's 1. There we go. All right. You can do it. Oh, same here, Peter, for sure. I haven't played 3.17.4 hardly at all. And for the longest time, you couldn't actually even mine in 3.18 because you couldn't swap the laser head. So, it's only but it's been a definitely it's been spotty. You know what I mean? And they just have a lot of work to do, which is okay. With this major kind of tech going in. My best guess is probably, I'm going to say, honestly, more than likely we're going to see 3.18 in February. Considering that we're already halfway through the month and we haven't had an open yet, and there's this many issues, it would probably be, it's probably going to be a little bit more time before we see, of course, we're going to see the open PTU. And so, yeah, not even locals working exactly. Let's see if my prospector's gotten. Yeah, you can see it's still trying to transfer to storage. So it's definitely being grumpy for sure. Let's go ahead and there's Drake vultures everywhere too. I'm going to claim one of those. The good news is the vulture you can just take out in completely vanilla form, and we'll probably do some of that if we can't. I really want to do Quantanium mining, but you guys can see that the struggle is real. So, we'll go ahead and see if we can get a vulture to spawn over here, and maybe we'll just go do a little bit of salvage in the interim until we can see some inventory. You can see I got no local. I believe I have all the components that I want in my backpack. I truly do, considering but if, sorting by vehicles is kind of how I would expect it to load. Or other utility. Ah, that's funny. That's funny, Golden. Now, I think it would be a lot of fun to talk to Paul one of these days. I think he'd be a fun dude to chat at. Seems to know an awful lot about the Star Citizen universe. All right, so we're almost there. This guy's still transferring. V, at this point, I try a relog. Well, that's the problem, Teach. It took me an hour and a half to get on a server today. If if I actually go back to menus, I have no faith I'm going to get back in. Or I would do that. But I actually, before I had people kind of waiting on the stream for about, it's closer to an hour and 45 minutes to even get a server. So yeah, it's just it hasn't been performing well today, but it's an excellent suggestion, and normally I would do that. I saw you were having trouble mining in the Halo in the video you posted earlier. I'm hoping it still works the same as it does in 318. Oh, Peter, yeah, that's the thing. The problem, yes, I don't see the Halo right now doesn't have that deal where if you pull out the mining laser, you can see the type. And so that's actually a concern of mine. Although, Lyria's gotten even easier because with the RS signature, it's very easy to locate doublers and it's very easy to locate more than one rock. But the Iron Halo's in a different place altogether, so. All right. One last time here. I guess we're going to grab the Vulture. Let's do that. And we will just kind of monkey with this for a hot minute. Now, let me just make sure I do have, not that I couldn't make it if I wanted to, but because they have crafting now. Yeah. Just wanted to see if I had the tractor beam on there. I think I do. All right, hanger 4. Yeah, it's basically, my attitude with the PTU has just been, kind of just, hey, Ramoyne, how are you? Nice to see you. It's just kind of take what it gives me, not getting too worried about what it's not capable of. Switching gears. The nice thing is, like I said, at least with the Vulture, you don't have to swap any components out. You can get right to work. It's interesting to see. I'm wondering if I can get in here if I have a different now you can see vehicles. We're getting an infinite loading screen. Backpack. Try and clear the filters. Are you going to try 317.5? The only thing I think 317.5 is just like they're just prepping for the Chinese New Year. So I think that is them sneaking in that stuff. I don't know that there's any new functionality in there, Mobutu. I really am kind of, man, I'm kind of 317 forward out. I really am. I know that sounds terrible, but well, it doesn't look like we're gonna get an inventory. That's okay. We can absolutely do plenty of salvage today. So, what the heck? I forgot that door was open. Oh, that's funny. Ran right out there and fell off the edge. Enter pilot seat. Okay, cool. All right. Here we go. Now, I don't know. It's funny. Around a lot of these Lagrange points are lots of things to salvage, but I don't see very many salvage icons around here. So I think what we'll do is we'll head back over to Arc L1 first. I'll probably land and see if there's any way to get the prospector going. And if not, then we'll go ahead and do some salvage. So all right. Would a Vulture sit on top of an 890? It absolutely can sit on it. Not it's long, so it's not a great fit, Chris. I've noticed they have made some quant drives more inefficient, seem to consume more fuel for travel. That's interesting. Now, I haven't noticed that Mobutu, but that's something, now that you've mentioned it, I'll keep an eye on for sure. All right, now we have a clear set. There it is. All right, we'll be in spool in the drive. And off we go. Like I said, we're going to head back to ARC-L1. I'm going to land there one time just to see if there's any chance to get the prospectors going today. I really would like to do some mining. Hey, Jazzy Cat, nice to see you. How have you been? Grace says, I haven't really noticed that myself. So, yeah, we flew over here to HURL2. We picked up a Rieger C3. I put it in my backpack. I can't tell if I did or not. Inventories are not working great in the PTU. We're going to haul this stuff back to ARC-L1. I'm going to land and store this vulture. I'm going to try to see if we get an inventory back, and if not, we'll just go ahead and do some salvage the rest of the day. Without being able to put the good components on, I don't see myself doing a lot of Quantanium mining. And that's okay. It's Quantanium coffee and crunch. Hey, Drac, nice to see you. How have you been, man? Nice to see all of you folks for sure. That's awesome. 20 likes already. We're grooving along. And we are, I'm going to go. No, I don't, wait. You don't want to get out of your seat in Quantum in the PTU. I almost did, because you can get pulled out of your ship. So I'm glad I didn't. I had my finger was hovering over Y, and I was about to press it so I could check the inventory. But I'm glad I didn't. That's not something you want to do in the PTU right now. History teacher says, one of the things that I've done through the Christmas break is introduce a number of people to mining. Have a team of 5 to 6 dedicated miners now making a lot of money in the PU. That doesn't surprise me, history teacher. And that's one thing. There's nothing like having a good team who kind of, once you kind of get moving along. Jonathan says, what is your preferred method of contributing to your channel? Oh, Jonathan, I mean, that's a very kind, obviously just, being a member here. Of course, you can join the channel here. There are super chats. There are those types of things. And anything that gets contributed to the channel goes right back into it. With last year's proceeds, I'm building it either tomorrow or Monday. It's sitting right behind me, a computer that's capable of 4K. I have a really cool, I have a Susonic 1300 watt power supply, a 5800X 3D, a 7900 XTX, with a really nice Crosshair Rogue Hero, 64 gig of RAM, a 980 Pro. I'm putting together the system this weekend to do 4K. And all that came from your guys' proceeds. Everything that you've contributed to the channel. I can't wait to do 4K videos. I've been excited about that. So, yeah, that's what I'll be doing, is doing some 4K videos for you guys. And, so that's, Jonathan, that's, the easiest way is just be a channel member and, or a super chat here or there or whatever. Those are the easiest ways. I don't really have a Patreon or anything. I probably should at some point, but I'm not terribly worried about that stuff. Omega says, wait, you can what? So that's what happened to me. Oh, yeah. I've been testing the Terrapin as a scout for ROC and quant mining. It has amazing sensors. Mobutu. I love the Terrapin. It's so funny. I've been thinking about making a industrial daily driver video, and I think I'm gonna do that. And I was thinking, for instance, like the 135C, because of its air system, it has infinite scouting capability. So that would be one of them. The 315P eventually will come into its own with the tractor beam. That would be another industrial daily driver. But the Terrapin is one of the industrial daily drivers, you know, in my mind, with its sensors as well. Hey, what are some other ships that you guys think would be cool? Obviously, you have the Vulture and the Prospector are industrial daily drivers potentially as well. Don't overclock it. CPU will overheat. Yeah, I won't. Not the 5800X 3D, Chris. That won't be overclocked. I probably will try and overclock the 7900X TX. Some of those have been having some junction temp issues. So if I overclock that and it has that, I'll kind of have to ship it back and turn it in. The good news is I can continue to work on this system. I'll be looking forward to 4K videos. I mainly watch YouTube on. Yes, exactly, Gray. You know, and I'm actually, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can appreciate that. Jonathan Strong, thank you so much. That is so kind of you. It absolutely goes to the 4K fund for sure. I truly appreciate it, honestly. It's more kind than thank you so much. I truly do appreciate that. Wait, what? Space Shorts in 4K and HDR? We're going to see all your mistakes and successes in glorious detail. That is true. Hey, Digital, nice to see you. How you been, man? It's true. So, I'm getting ready. I do have a daughter moving out at some point, and I'll be building my YouTube studio in her room. she's graduated from college now and has become a nurse. So we're really proud of a registered nurse. And so her room at some point is going to become my YouTube studio. We're going to do some good shelving in there, some lighting, and have a lot of fun with it. So hopefully that's some stuff going on this year. So all that contribution, Jonathan, goes right to that. So I really appreciate it, truly. All right. We're going to take this guy in here. We're just going to try one last time to see if we can. Hey, Star, thank you for stopping in. Hey, everybody give Star a salute. Of course, you guys know streams. He's, just Star streams. You know how it goes. Thank you, Star, for stopping in and spending some time. I really appreciate it. Hope you're well. And, we'll have to catch up soon and do one of these stream things together, I hope. Let me tag along and get some laughs with you. There you go. Nicely done, guys. Hey, Tom, nice to see you today, by the way. How are you? All right, you guys. So we haven't done a whole lot. We went and picked up a Rieger C3. The inventory is acting a little gummed up right now. So we're just going to take this guy. I'm going to drop the gear. We're going to land this guy. Hey, Crowbait, nice to see you. Ernie P, how's it going? How you been? Cool. So, yeah, we're going to cruise on in here. We're going to land. We're going to see if we can get lucky and get a prospector kitted out. I have all the things I want to kit it out with here, but the inventory has not been cooperating. If it doesn't, we're just going to go hit the air and halo and do a little bit of salvaging. So that's what we're going to do. If for some reason I cannot get my prospector kitted out, we're just going to do some salvage and have some fun with that. So kind of lower my... Yep, Vicious Goose. By the way, welcome to the channel, Goose. How are you? Not a name I recognize. Peter James, how's it going? Hope that you guys are well. Welcome to the channel. Definitely some new faces, not ones I've seen before, and I appreciate you having you here for sure. This is the PTU, and it was quite a challenge to get into today. It was very grumpy about letting me in. It took me about an hour and a half to get logged on today. All right, we're just cruising on in here. We'll kind of grab this guy. And we'll land this guy, and we will, like I said, our main goal is to try and get a prospector kitted out, and I have everything that I want to do to get it kitted out, but the inventories have not been playing nicely lately. So let's see if we can see how we can do here. Colton says, I think the ultra-wide curve monitor of Samsung like G9 and some sticks throttles would be... Oh, Colton, that's what I have. I have the G9. That's exactly right. That's the reason why I have that. I have sticks, and yes, it is really, really amazing. It is now, not all of the G9s are made the same, right? But this, I have the original G9 they come out with, but it's still a great monitor, 240 megahertz and 1 millisecond. And, it's a 5120 by 1440. Dizzy Scorpio, hi, Space Shorts. I'm new to your channel and Star Citizen, waiting for the update to really get into the game since I understand everything wipes. Yes, you're exactly right. Thank you for, hey, guys, give Dizzy a salute. Welcome to the channel, Dizzy. Nice to have you aboard for sure. If you have any questions about anything Star Citizen related, of course, we're happy to answer them for you. Persistent test universe, the number one thing that's tested is your patience. That's true. If you're the type of person who's expecting a snappy gameplay, the PTU is probably not for you. And to be honest with you, Star Citizen in general has its ups and downs, as all of us who play know. Now that's us transferring to storage. So let's see here. Are any of my prospectors here? They're not considered here. So I'm going to claim. Okay. So none of them are considered here. This thing's transferring to storage. This is I'll claim them all. I mean, yeah, Peter, you're right. They just released that G9 OLED. I think just a couple of days ago, or not terribly long ago, and that thing is nuts for sure. I don't know if they released the price on it yet, but I do wonder if it might cost you an arm or a liver. It's a now. All right, so we're gonna pull our prospectors, file a claim here. All right, I think I'm going as fast as I can here, so we'll go ahead and see. Let's get one of these prospectors here going. You can see the transfer into storage thing. It's definitely been a PTU type of day today. So minute 46 here we have on these guys because I expedited this guy, so we'll go ahead and let that kind of work its magic. Hey, Green, how you been, man? How do you fix the aspect ratio problems with the G9? I had one, but I couldn't figure it out. No matter what I did, the picture was distorted. Oh, now that's weird, Green. I didn't have that problem. One of the things I will tell you, of course, is I play at 1440p borderless, so I can have some windows on each side. Plus, I have a 3070. That was the card that on this system that I have, and it doesn't drive the 5120 by 1440 in Star Citizen well. There's a touch of a stutter. So I definitely just play 1440p borderless on this particular monitor. And then I have on the right-hand side OBS, and on the left-hand side I monitor the chat, which is really nice. It's super convenient, kind of bezel-less. But I never had a distorted ratio at all, Green. For sure. It's always, it's always been fairly straightforward. About 38 seconds here, you guys, before this guy's ready to go. Now that I have you on the PC, was on the phone, but I'm home and just booted up the PC. Nice, Ramoy. That's awesome. Maybe a heart. I guess. Well, I've got to get moving. Hey, guys, say hi. Give a big salute to History Teacher. Hist is, a great person who stops in to the channel from time to time, contributes greatly. Let's give, I'll drink my own Kool-Aid too. There you go, Hist. It's nice seeing you, sir. I hope to see you soon. Hope that you're doing well. And you've definitely been in my thoughts a few times. Yeah. And Green, I play full screen too, but wasn't distorted. It would do the full 50. You have to select the full 5120. Like if you're in here, sorry about that, and you go to options, you do have to select the full. Hit the drop down and do the full. And I'm not going to change anything, but you have to go down there and do the full 5120 by 1440. But it never looked distorted to me when I did that. The only thing is, hey, you guys, that's nice send off for Hist. Thank you so much, you guys. Yeah, I never had it look distorted at all. All right. Moment of truth here, you guys. Is there an inventory? No, there's not. No inventory to be had. I know Just got a filter on there. I'm just going to clear that. No filters. I cannot see my inventory. And I really am hesitant to try and jump out to menus because I may not get back on. So let's do this. Let's do at least one, just so we do something productive today. Let's go ahead and grab one Drake Vulture. Let's go at least do a little bit of salvage, and then I'll try and jump servers one time. So we'll go out and do one salvage run. We'll do 12 SCU a salvage. We'll haul that in, and oh man, you know what? Hey Riff, nice to see you, by the way. What the heck? Am I trapped? What's going on? Can I? All right. Well, what fans it up? All right, it's gonna might tell me something. All right, we're hanger one. So let's go do a little bit of salvage. We're gonna go do 12 SCU. We're gonna go out to the Aaron Halo, and we're gonna talk about RS signature as well a little bit, because RS signature, it's important. It's a simple thing to learn. RS signature value scrap in the Aaron Halo is 2,000 RS signature. So if you're out there and you see an RS signature of like 10,000, like flat, it's, that's 5 pieces of scrap. If it's 1,700, it's 1 rock. So rocks are RS signatures values are in factors of 1,700. So if it's 3,400, it's going to be 2 rocks. If it's 5,100, it's going to be 3 rocks. If it's 10,200, it's going to be 5 rocks. And so it's a good thing to learn. So let's go ahead. We're going to just kind of head towards HURL5, set that route, okay? And we're going to go out and just look for an 890 jump derelict in the Aaron Halo, and I'll show you. You can find them usually pretty quickly, but you never do know. The Xeno threat with salvage ships everywhere will have to be crazy, a tad dangerous with that competition. Looking forward to that. I agree with that, Colt. The other thing that's cool is if somebody brings a Vulture out, they can actually make people, because a lot of times you get out Xeno threat, you're like, oh man, I forgot my stupid tool, or I got killed and I forgot to grab a tool before I came back. If somebody's out there with a Vulture, they can make you very quickly, a salvage tool. You know what I mean? A pyro multi-tool with with the levitator on it, tractor beam on it. So I've had one question ever since I saw the Vulture the first time. Is there a gravity on that tiny catwalk thing outside the cockpit? There is. That's a great question. We can EVA out and check that out, Rift, if you want. I don't think that there is, but there might be. All right, so here we are. We're coming out here, spinning around. And off we're headed to HURL5. We're going to drop out at 7.8. And then we're going to talk a little bit about, like I said, we're going to talk a little bit about RS signature, locating resources in the Aaron Halo for salvage. And look, I could just, as you guys know, ARC-L1 is just, there's 890 jumps everywhere sitting there. We could just salvage right there. But I don't think it's going to be, I don't think you're going to want to salvage there when 318 goes live. I think there's a lot of people who are going to be looking to, just kind of make a quick buck or pop the pinata. And so I do think the Aaron Halo is going to become, its anonymity is going to be important. And I do, I will be making some videos on how to leverage the anonymity out there. And there are, like I said, for those of you who don't know, you actually can take something like a medical Pisces, fly it out, locate an 890 jump, land it in the hangar, then have a buddy pick you up or call for a beacon to get picked up, then have it carry you back to ARC-L1. And you can still, because you landed your ship in that 890, there's an icon that you can, there's a beacon that you can fly right back to. And then, so you can then, fly your Vulture 3 or 4 times back and forth and clean it up and make quite a bit of money. You have all the anonymity. You have, that there's a spot out there with an 890 jump. And you can actually come out of Quantum within a couple hundred kilometers of it. I think the best I've done is about 100. So it's not a difficult flight in. Easy stuff. So here we're getting close. We're going to drop out at 7.8. We're just going to get down into 8 here. And then we're going to talk about, like I said, talk a little bit about RS signature. What is the, that's just, they're getting ready for 7.5. It's like a test for 7.5-ish. That's what they're up to with that. All right, so hold on. Here we come. 7.9, 7.8, boom. All right, so here we are in the air and halo. This is, not the densest part of the air and halo, but no big deal. We're going to go ahead and we are going to mark ARCA. We're going to actually mark ArcCorp as our return place because that's, going to be where we're going to ultimately head back to. Now, here's the good news, you guys. I already have, as soon as I come out of Quantum, these can be up to, you can detect these guys up to 65 kilometers away. And so, we're just going to buzz on in here. I believe this is going to be an 890 or some kind of a derelict piece. Now, usually when it's a single icon, it's an 890 jump. That's been my experience out here so far. And that's going to be my experience this time as well. Now, I didn't bring, the medical Pisces to drop in there or whatever, but, that's okay. And so let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and put the sun on my back. And so, yeah, this is, these 890s that are out here in the halo are going to be really important, to learn, to take advantage of for sure. So we're going to go ahead and let's get the mining laser out. Now, if you notice here, there's a couple of different, there's the cinch and the abrade. Now, the cinch has an efficiency of 0.85. The abrade, if you right click, that has a different level of efficiency. That's a 7.6. What does that mean exactly? It means you actually would get more out of the material with the cinch if you wanted to try and stretch it out. But in this particular case, because we're only doing this in a vulture, it's not really that big a deal. So I prefer the abrade myself, but if for some reason you were, you were just trying to squeeze as much material out of it as you could, it's definitely the cinch can help with that. So here we go. We're just going to, what's our distance here? And you can see we're already making bank. We already got a third of a box together. So we are doing great. All right, I'm going to turn this off for just a second, turn it back on, and see if we can, there we go. I wanted to kind of get the lasers together. Sometimes you can use Alt and the mouse wheel, and you actually can kind of spread the lasers out a little bit. I kind of like them when they're working more together. That's just my own thought. But if you're, you can actually just zoom along here and make really good time if you're just not so, I get a little OCD focused on getting every little piece or whatever. So one of the things I notice is when you get this filler station ejecting thing, go ahead and stop your mining during that time because you're continuing to chew up stuff, but it doesn't seem to give it to you. So you want to make sure, I always turn my laser off when it does that because that actually means, it's not actually salvaging. It's, even though it's eating material at that time, you're not actually getting the credit for it, I've noticed. And that's just my own notice, so yeah, so we're just going to kind of, what somebody called this a power washer simulator or whatever, but that's us, just kind of power washing here. Kind of fun. You can kind of see the material getting kind of chewed away. Get that little extra bit. That's exactly right, Astro. I mean, no point in burning material up if you're not getting credit for it, Now, just because it's red, it doesn't mean that you can't scrape it. It just means that I think what it ultimately means is that the hull isn't as thick there. And so you're not going to get as much credit for it, but you can absolutely scrape the heck out of it. Cool. All right, so now you get the filler station full. You can see here you got it, it's obstructed up there. So we just want to kind of settle the ship down, run down, and let's go throw those guys on the cargo grid, and we're making money. We just made 15,000 that quick. Good. And let's eject that guy. Ramon says you answered my question before I asked it. That's awesome. So those love that Snap 2 stuff. That's working great. Back up we go. So yeah, just a great. I honestly think this is a great game loop. You know, it's simple. I can see myself. Normally, I would have sitting in the normally I would have my Pisces sitting in the hangar there because I would have brought that out sooner. But not this time, just because we decided to just run on out and we got lucky right off the bat. All right, so let's go ahead and kind of make way here. I looked at their website to see how much a vulture costs, but it says concept. Oh, I would have thought it would still be for sale, Gray. So vulture feels kind of like a solo mole. I would say it's more akin to the Prospector Astro myself. Even though you do have to kind of run down, it's just every couple of boxes you do have to run down, and it's definitely more the Prospector. Now, I'll tell you what, I don't know that there's anything too much funner when you get a good crew going on a Reclaimer right now. Just like the Mole, when you get a good crew going on the Mole, how fun that is. Second question, will this one reg? Oh, heck yeah, and then some, Ramoyne. You can scrape on this thing for like 3 or 4 times and get full. At least a couple of times. You know, I don't know that I've scraped an entire one, but I know I've definitely gotten 24 boxes and had plenty left. Hey, Andreas, nice to see you. Have you made any content with the Reclaimer doing this? I haven't made any content with the Reclaimer yet, you guys. You know, I was kind of waiting a little bit more for the PTU to get started, but I definitely have done some Reclaimer stuff, and it's great. It's super fun, very enjoyable. Any idea how much it will cost? Peter, I paid, I think it was 155 or maybe 150 for the Vulture. It was in the neighborhood of the Prospector. Maybe it was 145. It was in the same area as the Prospector in that regard. All right, so filler station's full. Then, yep, yeah, it's a little pricey for sure. And the one thing I will say, you know me, I try not to do this too much. Oh, is the Reclaimer working fine, Goose? Yeah, it is. Or the elevator can be a little janky in it sometimes. But other than that, it's, it does work. All right, you guys. That Snap 2 cargo is just great. So that's 4 boxes so far. So that's, we just basically made 30,000. It's about 7,500 to 7,600 a box. And then you can also craft your own Pyro multi-tool or the tractor beam attachment if for some reason you forgot that stuff. The one thing I'm going to say about that it's maybe going to be a little controversial in the sense that it's weird that you can't have it or buy the ship in game. But in my mind right now, there's no more complete starting vessel than the Drake Vulture. It's because it's like self-contained. You can actually, just basically log into the game, fly out in the thing. You don't, you can make yourself, you can buy a multi-tool before you go, but if you happen to forget one, and you should because it's expensive, more expensive to make one at RMC. But you can make yourself the tractor beam. You can make yourself the attachment, the multi-tool when you get out there. And you actually then can, within 15, 20 minutes have 100,000, So Vicious Goose says, I got the Banu Merchantman. Cannot wait that's going to be an awesome ship. Eventually you'll be able to sell material to private traders. Oh, exactly, Vish. I couldn't agree more. Andreas, I hope they push 318 to live soon. Salvage is fun. But I kind of want to be semi-long, like without a weep. Yeah, no, I definitely understand what you mean, for sure. There we go. Now, remember, the filler station, while it's ejecting, you want to make sure that you just don't keep your lasers going. I agree with that 100%, Andreas. It's usually cheaper than standalone. What's your starter fleet going to be at launch? I have a Freemax, Cuddy Red, Prospector, and an Arrow. Those are great ships. Angry, mine are going to be a Prospector, a Vulture, and a Constellation Taurus. Those are going to be my, Constellation Taurus, I really feel is an excellent kind of mid-range cargo hauler. It's got that 174 SCU, 2 size 5s, 2 size 4s, plenty of missiles. So it's a bit of a missile boat, but it will also kind of do the job when it comes to, it will also do the job when it comes to defending itself. It's, so those are mine. Hey, Logan, can you put the Reclaimer with 2 people? Oh, you have to, Logan, you really should run the Reclaimer with more than that, but you technically could. One guy in the front being the pilot and flexing over to the lasers, and then one guy in the back. You technically could, that's technically the least amount of people I'd recommend in it. I would highly recommend, honestly, I think 3 or 4 are going to be far more efficient, potentially. I think 4, your cargo guy's going to be busy with 4, especially if you've got, the derelicts lined up. I did not know that. Thanks for the useful info. Cool. Colton says, you think this faster scouting out wrecks are good Quantanium wrecks because there's times I go to the layer surface right on top of them. Yeah, well, right now, with the RS signature values doing what they're doing, you really can't go wrong on Lyria. It's crazy. Lyria with the RS signature values, you can find Quantanium pretty quickly. And so I was hoping to demonstrate that today, and we're gonna actually, after we get done with this cargo run, we're gonna go ahead and try to jump servers and see if we can get the Prospector working. But I thought, we might as well do some gameplay today. All right, so there's 6 boxes. You can see how quick this kind of goes. Ideal is 5 for the Reclaimer, 1 pilot, 2 turrets, 2 loaders. I don't disagree with that. It's funny because when I recommend 4, I think of myself as the guy who's in the back handling the cargo. I wonder, would I be quick enough or be able to keep up? But I definitely can see why you would recommend 5. I think you could get away with 4. I think anything less than that, and you're really kind of losing on efficiency pretty big time. And, one thing I will say is the bigger lasers on the Reclaimer will tear through something like this ship. My fleet is an ROC, Cutter, Cutlass, Black Prospector, and a Taurus. That's an awesome fleet, Gray, for sure. Thinking about getting the Vulture. Yes, I couldn't pass on the Vulture either. It's just, this is kind of the tier 1 industrial gameplay type of stuff that I love. And so, I put the Vulture was on my list of 318 makes me yeah, well, that's exactly right, Andreas. And that's why I've been basically using the Aaron Halo. The problem, one of the things we're going to find with Quantanium farming and the Aaron Halo, though, is it's not friendly right now. Although you can locate clusters pretty quickly, you can't tell what they are till you go up and you look at them very closely. And so that definitely is going to cause a little bit of a problem. And so as far as an efficiency, like a time to find type of thing, this is so much more stress-free than quant mining. Vish, you're absolutely right about that. One of the things, man, I was just even thinking the other day, even if Star Citizen put in like, let's say they put in huge rocks of Bexalite, like 13,000 mass rocks of Bexalite, I would probably love to run that stuff in my mole. Like if I knew in one rock I could get 96 SCU of Bexalite, peck, without the stress of having to fly on in, you know, I could look around for it. I think I could see myself Bexalite mining, even though it is half the value. That's why it's called a prospector. Yeah, that's a good point, Andreas, for sure. Love it. All right, you guys. This is sweet. We almost got this other box full. For sure. Yeah. Let's go. We are boogieing along now. It's weird. I'm not getting. Look at my. That stuff's not going up. I just noticed. There it goes. You got to keep an eye on that. You got to keep an eye on this number from time to time up here, and make sure that it is going up. Occasionally, you're in the zone and you're just kind of chewing away things, but it's not actually going into the hopper. So always a good idea to kind of keep paying attention to that. Vulture's the best starter ship no matter what gameplay you're interested. You take it out after a wipe. Yeah, you can make $1 million in a day easy. With it for sure. I mean, now that's 10 runs. Don't get me wrong, but you could certainly do it. It's about 35 minutes a run or so. Mining would be nice if all the material pieces and supply. I agree with that, Colton. That's the thing, right? Someday they're talking about a factory ship, right? Where like in order to manufacture, say, whatever, it needs aluminum, corundum, it needs diamond, it needs this and that, and then you take and put it on like the grid or whatever, and then on the manufacturing grid, like the amount of stuff that you need, and then it would make it. Isn't I would just love that. All right, so we're good there. In our case, we're going to go ahead and make 4 more boxes, and then we're going to head in and sell, and then we're going to try and do a server swap and see if we can't get the prospector going. So, I really do enjoy salvage. I do. I think it's great. Um, it's a very simple, it's something you can just kind of relaxingly do. It's very, very, very straightforward and very enjoyable. Making pretty good salvage right now. I'll go ahead and clean up all the stuff that I left here. And you can see it's finding stuff to eat for sure. I started ArtCorp, based myself at CRU1, but always go to ArtCorp to sell my quant. Yeah, ArtCorp is my favorite starting place too. And its proximity to ArcL1. I mean, I like Peter, I prefer to fly out of CRUL1, but most of the time I end up flying myself out of ArcL1 because close to Lyria. That's definitely helpful. And then, obviously not difficult to get to the air and Halo from there either. All right, so let's just kind of keep up here and keep on moving. Cleaning it up nicely. Should have another box made here pretty quickly. All right. Stripping the O'Halloran. Hey, Ocean, how are you? Doing really well. We're just kind of doing out here, just filling up a vulture today, and then we're going to go monkey around and see if we can't get the prospector working. I really wanted to start out with doing prospecting today, but the inventories definitely haven't been playing nice, so we thought we'd fill up a vulture here and then go see if we can't get the prospector to work. All right. All right. We are just about one. I think we need 3 more boxes, and we got a full vulture. Yeah, the hard figures on salvage are decent. 12 on the grid, plus 1 output. Yeah, it's exactly right. Now, I haven't had much luck selling the one inside the output, a one on the output rack. So I wonder if what you mean is just kind of, I might try that. I have not had much luck. It'll always sell the 12, but if there's an extra one on there, I haven't had much luck selling it. I usually don't put more than 12 on there for that reason. But maybe I'll let it do one more output rack one. I am interested. All right, there's those two. On the main offload area was part of the repatch. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, it definitely, not all the spots, and sometimes I even get like where one of the cargo, it's funny, where one of the, actually the cargo grids won't actually turn purple either. So little things, but, those things happen, and I'm definitely not experiencing that now. Good. Yeah, no question about that, for sure. All right, you guys. By the way, 30 likes today. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate that. That's great. All right. So we got 3 more boxes to make, and then we're going to head in and sell. And then we're going to monkey around and see if we can't jump servers and get a prospector working and head over to Lyria. Yeah, Peter, what we've every box that I put in the hopper so far is worth 7,500. So I mean, in about, it's just really a solid 100,000, per run. It's not bad. I mean, it's really, and it's an enjoyable thing, and certainly you could have like a Hull A or something kind of like swing in. I don't know if you guys have seen that. Like the way that the cargo grid works on the Hull A, you can actually just stand on the back of your dock, pull the cargo and snap it right to the side. It's pretty crazy. You know what I mean? So like a Hull A or something would be fun to kind of, use as kind of like a, now obviously a Hull A is going to be a bit of a target on its way into sell, but whatevs, It won't outdo Quant. Yeah, that's exactly right. It won't outdo Quant, but it's a nice alternative. It is. It's a nice alternative. And I can honestly see myself doing a lot of hull scraping if I'm just kind of, especially if I'm just kind of sitting around chilling, talking to org mates or whatever. Why wouldn't I have a laser? Why wouldn't I be just kind of hull stripping on something? It's a, like it's a, you can almost kind of do it in a mindless way where, where if you're just kind of sitting around chatting with org mates or whatever, it's a really simple, thing to do. You're still making some money. And you, like I said, you can actually park your Pisces right in that, right in the hangar, and it creates a beacon that you can fly back to every time. You can actually fly right back to this exact derelict. It's so, it's a cool thing. I made a video about that flow state. Yeah. But yeah, this is a very enjoyable gameplay loop, I think. All right, we almost got the next box done. She's in the 90s. All right, there's the next two. It also works as a mobile base. Yes, exactly. If you have a SCU or two SCU cargo boxes. So those cargo boxes, Ocean, they have like a beacon that will be a kind of attached to them. Cool. Love it. LOL. So I have the Reclaimer and a Vulture in my hangar. LOL. Does everybody get them in the first wave PTU? I can't. I guess I don't know Vish on that. I definitely own but it's true. I do. I have a Vulture and I do have a Reclaimer. So maybe we do for sure. All right, I'm going to make one more box here to test that. Thing that Aocean was mentioning, and then what we're going to do is we're going to take this and sell, and go get our 100K, and then we're going to fly back over to ARC-L1, and then I'm going to log off, and we're going to test the fates, because it took me a long time to get logged in, and hopefully we can get logged right back in. But I'd love to do some prospecting on Illyria today as well, and show you guys the RS signature value stuff, because that's a super important thing to learn. Very simple thing to learn, but it's an important thing to learn for locating Quantanium really quickly. And it was something I was excited to show you guys today. Vulture, Cuddy, Prospector. Yes, exactly. All those would make good stuff. All right, we've already got half a box made again. That's good. There's so much to scrape on this thing left too, you guys. I mean, I know that it seems like, well, I've scraped a lot. Well, I only got one side of it. This thing has got tons of stuff to scrape on it still. The Taurus is better than the Cuddy, as it holds much more than the Cuddy. The one thing I will say is anything with an external cargo, though, if you're just specific to offloading the Vulture, the 12 SCU in the back of the Vulture to a different cargo ship to fly in, the Hull A's kind of got a neat advantage in the sense that all you got to do is unsnap it from one cargo grid and snap it. With those things out, it actually creates the cargo grid. So it's an interesting thing. It's like a snap to snap type of thing. It's not internal cargo. Nothing, anything will work though. Don't get me wrong. I mean, 890, almost 10 runs on a Vulture. Yeah, there's just tons and tons of material to gather for sure. Hey, I think that was the 13th. I already did the 13th box though, right? That was what I wanted to do. So I think we're good. I think I did that. Did I? I'm gonna go look. If I didn't, I'm sorry, you guys. I got lost in kind of the conversation. But I thought I did one more box. Yeah, I did. There's the 13th. I did a 13th box. Let's go sell and see if we can sell all 13 of these guys. And if we can, that's awesome. The Reclaimer is huge. And people have, really demonstrated you can make significant amount of money using the 2 big lasers on that thing. And the other lasers are even more, like the abrades are even more efficient. So we'll go ahead and we'll turn this off. We're going to fly on into ArtCorp and we're going to sell this stuff. So we got, that's how, 13 boxes on board pretty quickly. 13 and a half. Yeah, you're exactly right. Thank you, Mabut. I forgot. I was like, so our goal here, fly to ArtCorp, sell this stuff, fly back to ArcL1, make sure that we've set our spawn there and everything and we're good. Log off, roll the dice and see if we can log back onto the server and get a server where I can attach the VAUX C3s and the Rieger C3 onto the mining laser. Right now, active, like for instance, Brants or those type of mining modules that you have to activate are not working in 3.18. So if I have 3 Brants on there, if I hit Alt 1, 2, or 3, they don't fire. So that's one of the things I wanted to test today is whether or not the passive ones. I was going to go with two VAUX C3s and 1 Rieger C3 and see if I could at least get some, if those passives are showing up in the mining part of it. Also got the Reclaimer, but the downside is crew if you're not into it and you can't solo. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend soloing Reclaimer. Can't sell salvage at station admins. No, at least I found, Craven, that you have to go to a TDD or you have to go to a salvage yard. Salvage yards only give you about 5,000. TDDs will give you 7.5, 7.6. Issues on PES is being looked at in the ePTU. Yeah, there's the servers have been really sketchy. Gray says, yeah, that's a problem. I'm always a solo player, need chips I can use by myself. I'm in the same boat, Gray. I mean, don't get me wrong, Gray. I definitely can knock together a team and have some fun a couple times a week. But I also do find lots of times when I just want to log on for a half hour, 45 and make some money. And so salvage or, of course, the prospectors have been great options for that stuff. I think in terms of money making, says Hama, salvaging is more reliable than mining gems or even Quantanium. I've had to search about 2.25 hours to find some mineable quant rock. Luckily, it was a unicorn. Yeah, Hama, that's the thing. Now, in the Halo, it's definitely harder to find Quantanium. In Lyria, it's easier to find Quantanium, but you're also dealing with, a lot of piracy once 3.18 goes live. It's going to be one of those things where, I'm going to prefer the anonymity. And it seems to be like salvage resources are a lot easier to find in the Halo than, say, Quantanium is going to be. So it very well could be that, if you use both ships, if you happen to get lucky and find Quantanium, of course, you're going to clean up. But so it's going to be interesting to see because, it's going to be fairly, salvage seems like it's going to be fairly quick. And you can also use the RS signature value trick because a piece of scrap in the air in Halo is 2,000 RS signature. So if you see something that's 6,000 or 8,000 or 10,000 or 12,000 RS signature, you unequivocally know that is salvage scrap pieces, and that they're that there's gonna be enough, even in a couple of pieces, like in about 2.5 of those pieces, you can fill a vulture. So, I'm definitely going to be splitting my time. Now, maybe things will change between now and 3.18 launches, and there will be some change to the scanning mechanics. But right now in 3.14 with the mining laser out, you can see what type of rock cluster you're approaching or rock, that you're approaching. And that doesn't seem to be the case. Do you know if they fixed the unscannable rock? No, and that's another thing. Good point. you still have lots of unscannable rocks in the Halo as well. So it's kind of interesting where if you fill up an MSR to 114, yes. MSR is going to be, a very good option. Obviously hauling is going to be an interesting thing. Like if I was a pirate, a freelancer or a freelancer max or a hull A or a raft, those are going to look like lunch to me. If I see an MSR going by, I may not necessarily think to myself, oh, that's got Quantanium on it, or that's got a bunch of RMC on it. Not to say they may scan that thing and think of it as that way, but not as likely, right? When you see a cargo vessel, especially one with external cargo, you can actually see the cargo on it, So, but yeah, I mean, freelancer max, don't get me wrong, I love those ships, but I could definitely understand why somebody may, kind of look at that and say, hey, there's my lunch, we're an MSR or an Andromeda, 114 SCU, 96 SCU, much tougher nut to crack. And even though you're doing smaller runs, still significant amount of money per run. I mean, if you haul in 96 SCU of Quantanium, you're still looking at a 700,000, a 700,000 run. So hull will be considered a maybe, but it's only 64 SCU. Yes, it's a good point for sure. But it is kind of neat, like I said, that they've got the that you they did a good job with the cargo refactor in the sense that you get the snap 2 grid on the outside of the ship. That's really kind of fun. And I think it does make the hull an interesting ship to be used in certain situations for sure. So we've got the gear down here. We're just kind of cruising on in. No hurry here. We're just boogieing in. I don't. Just kind of taking our time. Alrighty. Good little landing here. Haul in a Nomad, fun party favors. Yeah, for salvage. There's another good idea, actually. The Nomad's an excellent idea. I wonder if the Nomad, might be small enough to fit in that hangar. Maybe not, but if it could, that's a very interesting idea because then you could it can actually haul twice as much exactly. So you could use 2 runs and then kind of park the Vulture there. That's a very interesting idea. I like that idea a lot. There's some symmetry in the amount that it can carry. In the Halo in 317, you find more quant by approaching unscannable rocks than you get scannable rocks in the display. And of course, there is that trick, you guys, where like you can EVA, if it's unscannable cluster, if you EVA out, sometimes it will turn it into scannable stuff. That still works, by the way. It did work for me the other day. The MSR has twice the HP than that of the max and speed that makes it not worth chasing. I outrun. Yes, Mabutu, that's a very good point. I mean, really, the MSR is a very sneaky hauler at that point. It's got 114 SCU. It's very fast. And when you see it, you don't think to it's one of those things you don't think to yourself right off the bat, oh, that thing's, a cargo runner. Like it's just one of those things. If you see a C2 go by, you think cargo runner. If you see something that's, like a raft go by, it's a cargo runner. But if you see an MSR go by, you don't necessarily, it's not your first thought, so and I'm not saying that's what's going to preclude smart pirates from stopping you, but there is also the added benefit of how quick. Now this will be interesting because I've been storing ships all day long and they just go to I don't think I'm going to store that thing. I'm going to try not to store it. I'm going to see if I can just sell directly off because every ship that I've stored has gone into like transferring to storage and none of them have actually ever wound up in the spot. So bit of a gamble here on time. And I can always run back out here and store it if this doesn't work. But I think I'm going to try to just... Can we make it? Cool. I think I'm going to try and just sell off the... sell it off the hanger there. I hope that we can. So, yeah, we're going to haul this over here. Hopefully sell it off at the TDD. We have the 13 boxes on board. Then we're going to head back over to ARC-L1 and log off there and see if we can jump servers. Malagor says, how do you get the icons to turn yellow? Let me see if that's still active. I know. I can't remember. I set up this, once upon a time, I set up a thing to kind of teach people how to do that, Malagor. But what it is, it's the Arrow Gray Cat Armor set. The yellow icon comes from the Gray Cat Arrow Armor set. Here's a video that explains it. So there you go, Malagor. Yeah, I get that question a lot. It's specifically the helmet. You don't have to buy the whole set. But when you buy the helmet, you have to put it on. You do have to go back to menus and log back in before the icons updates will change. So that's how you get that. Like Short says, I'm flying the rock. I'll get out of the ship and immediately back in. Yeah, I mean, you can EVA out. Yep, that's exactly right. Like Mabutu saying, it's not Anvil, it's Arrow, but it's just a typo there. The Taurus is nice and fast with an XL1 drive. Couldn't believe the difference. Oh yeah, the XL1. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I mean, that's a great question, Malagor, and I think I like having those icons, yellow for sure. It's one of the reasons I wear the Arrow set, but also it's, I enjoy wearing the Arrow set. It's my favorite armor. The industrial-based stuff that it is. The Taurus is one of the Connie series. Yes, it's the cargo variant in the Connie series. And don't get me wrong, don't sleep in the Andromeda's 96 SCU and the fact that it's a mad gunship right now. That's going to be a good hauler too in 318, just because it's a very defendable ship. All right, we're going to see if old V made a mistake here. I can't sell off the pad, but I hope that I can. Oh, yes. And there's the extra one too, so that's awesome. So we're going to sell these guys. Confirm. There's 92. Accept. Perfect. We're going to sell this one unit. Sell. And another 6, so a little over 100,000 that run. So we'll take it. And, oh, that one not sold. Did it say failed? I didn't see it. Yeah. This happens from time to time. Sometimes you have to type it in. No. How do I do that? There's a way to do that. There used to be a way to type it in. I was in here. Yeah, we'll just keep trying to sell confirm. This happens with the meats from time to time where I have one left. Yeah, the blue just make everything mesh and hard to see. You're exactly right, Malagor. A lot of people who say they're colorblind, it makes a huge difference for them. So we're going to try and sell the one unit. There it is. There's the type in. I've had that fix that before too. Nope. We'll try it a couple more times. This has been my experience. It's like you get one extra one around there and it just gets grumpy. Ghost UI. No problem. So, you know what? Mission accomplished, really. We're going to go and head over to ARC-L1. I'm going to log off. Hey, V. Daz, how you doing? Looking good there, making some money. And SC is the ultimate challenge. That's exactly right. I think that's one that you had in the hopper. Oh, I don't know, Aocean. I think it's the one sitting on that car, because I sold the 12. And then there was the 13th one that was sitting there, in the off the cargo grid. I bet you if I go snap to that thing, and were to run all the way back, it would sell. But I could be wrong too. We'll go in the back door when I get there and look. Boom. We'll take it. Because I'm going to fly this thing out of here, and I'm going to take it back to ARC-L1, and we're going to, like I said, we're going to make sure we have our imprint set. Then I'm going to log off of that server. We're going to roll the dice and see if we can get back on and get the prospector set up, because that's the real I was really hoping to show you guys today is the RS signature value stuff on Lyria. Oh, day Ocean, don't even worry about it. It's all good in the hood, sir. Never a big deal. We're just having fun today. Just having fun. Daniel Mandrake says, try it. I could try it. I mean, I could definitely run back, snap that one to the cargo, and run back and see if we could sell it. I'm happy to do it. I think you had a ship inventory on buy instead of sell when you tried again. Oh, well, great. I may have. You may be right. I may have had to have snapped it over to sell again, and maybe it does a jump or something I don't understand. So here's what we'll do. We're gonna go over to the Vulture. We'll go up into the hangar. We'll look and see if it's the one on the, kind of like that's right out in front of the machine. If it is, I'll snap to, and we'll run back and real quick and see if we can sell it. All this is just for fun and posterity, and none of this money counts or anything. It's not that not that big of a deal. Just having some fun today. So let's learn together, right? All right. So we'll kind of boogie on over. Hey V, you still thinking about building? Yes, I do. I have the parts right behind me, Daz. All of them, every one of them. I could build it today. I have a buddy who him and I are going to build it together. Good second. Never not a bad idea to have a second set of eyes, and real sharp guy. And so he is going to give me a hand with the build. And we built this last computer that I've been running together for about almost a year and a half now. And I haven't had a spot of, knock on wood, haven't had a spot of problems with it. So that's happening for sure. I hope to start doing my first, it's going to be a little while for me to set up the 2 PC stream, but I'll set all that stuff up after the studio's going. But in between here and there, I definitely should be doing some 4K videos. So I'm excited about that. All right, so we're going to run in the back here. We're going to take a look and see what we have going on. Is it the one inside the machine, or is it the... Oh. And I don't know that I'm not in an eject spot. So that's true. It's gone. I was wrong. That's awesome. So the one I think I was trying to sell is the one in here, but it's not full. So you can see it's like if I wanted to make something, I could. Notice you don't have to have, it's only like 1/5, if I wanted to make a tractor beam attachment. And I don't know if these other things are recycled. Okay. Interesting. Cool. All right. Well, to be honest, I'm not a fan of the Connie series that require a crew to get the best out of them. I can appreciate that, Ramoyne. And that's why I do fly the Connie Taurus solo, mostly. And so, I kind of abuse the 174 SU, and the fact that it does have 2 size 5 and 2 size 4 guns and a lot of hull HP. All right, we're going to pull this guy back. This is what we want here. All right, we're backing out of here. Cool. I just wanted to have a good angle there to back out. All right, now let's go ahead and we'll just kind of start. Couple of things here, guys. One of the things I want to show you, if you guys go ahead and set yourself down to engines and you just lift off, you can actually boost your way almost completely out to 7.3. Look, you can see my boost is now down in around 80, but look, you actually you can speed up, and you have enough boost to get yourself out up to 7.3. To be honest, I'm not a fan of kind of seas. Oh, I caught that, Ramoyne. Bottom one is the repair mat. Third option is the salvage. Yes, exactly. Andre says you could choose between fast quant and fast death, or longer prospecting and longer life. You can. I fly the Carrick solo mostly because the shields allow me to run away. Fair enough, Daniel. I can appreciate that for sure. So you can see, like, I'm almost out, but boom, 7.3, I've made it. Now I can just kind of, you know, we'll head over, we'll just hit Bajini real quick, and then we'll head towards Arc L1. So using, you know, kind of going to all engines and using the boost, you can actually get out of, you know, your escape velocity is significantly faster to get out of, oh, that's an Arc L, that was the wrong Arc L1. That was 1A, and I want to go to the 4 station. Thank you. All right, there we go. Ah, good to know. Yeah. Yeah, the escape velocity is a really good thing to, you know, the prospector works the same way. For sure. Cool. All right, so we're going to head towards Arc L1. We're going to land this thing. We're going to go in and double check that we have our imprint set, and I'm almost positive that it is. And then I'm gonna roll the dice, and we're gonna log off the server and log back on and see if we can't get an inventory to work long enough to put a Lancet, 2 VAUX C3s, and 1 VAUX, 1 Rieger C3 on there. We definitely know the active were the ones that you have to activate. Don't, you know, mining modules don't work, so we're hoping the passives do. From 3.18 onward, everything bigger than the fighter is a target. I don't disagree with that, Andreas. Even if an MSR doesn't look like Quan, it looks juicy salvage. Yeah, that's a good point. Definitely a good point. What's the best band in the Air and Halo for 890s? I haven't found a difference, Vicious, at all. You know, to be honest with you, the lighter bands, there's less stuff to fly around. So, you know, they're out there in spades. Now, we don't know if they're going to be out there in spades when 318 goes live, because I can't imagine they're going to have them hanging around Arc L1 in the same level that they are. But I'm going to cross my fingers and hope that you're going to be able to find them at the same clip that you're able to find them now. Because it, you know, it definitely is, you know, makes it nice to be able to at least locate them. And I've always been somebody who thinks, you know, I wish they would have a little more, you know, for cargo running. I wish they had a little more cargo that people could buy. I hope that they don't kind of nerf it to a point where it's, you know, makes it much more difficult. Now, I understand why you wouldn't want 20 or 30 of them hanging around Arc L1, but I hope that they don't take them out of the Halo. Even though from a lore standpoint, it's a little weird. What are all those 890s doing out there? But it's like the elephant graveyard or something out there. So funny. Alrighty. Love it. We're heading on in here, and we are going to, like I said, it's a bit of a gamble when we jump servers. It took me a long time to get on the PTU today, so we'll have to see how that goes. But we're going to drop our gear already and get ready to. It'll come in at about 300 or so, 320. Pretty good clip. You can find 890s in every band. Yeah, you can. You absolutely can. I don't know that there's one band or another that has more of them. But there certainly could be. There's certainly could be a meta to it, but I'm not aware of it at this point. I think 318, if and when it does go live, is going to be wild. Piracy and cargo. Yeah, I think so. That's why I'm promoting the Aaron Halo as much as I am Ramoy. Because I really think us, you know, industrial types are really going to want to find our way and, You know, and don't get me wrong, it's still going to be, your TDDs are still going to be kind of, tough to get to. But when you're ready to do your kind of your cargo run, if there are ways where you could potentially, depending on how it's working, you may be able to maybe bed log a cargo ship with an alt account. There's a couple of thoughts I have that I'm going to be monkeying around with, where you basically collect your cargo and in the air in Halo, and then just try and fly it in at one time. Group of partiers fly out to the Halo, so you get drunk crash into it. Yeah, it's a derelict. There's the lore. Fair enough, Daniel. But it's just like, it happens a lot, man. These guys are these guys who have these 890s got more money than sense, apparently. That's so funny. All right. It's the little things in Star Citizen you never get used to. Just, every single time, I land in a hangar. It's just a joy. It's one of the things you just love about this game. It's just the coolest thing. All right, in we go. For sure. Took a minute there for Autoland to kind of grab us. I've had a better success rate using Autoland to get the to refuel options to pop up. So, all right. Any of the Arrow helmets get you the yellow icons if you logged on one. Yep, you got to log in with one equipped. More money than sense happens in real life too. It certainly does. No question about it. All right, you guys. Let's go ahead and we're going to go store this ship. And that usually hasn't been ending well, but we'll try. And then we're going to double check our imprint, and we're going to look to see if we got, somehow or another, we've got it an inventory situation. And if we don't, we're going to try and jump servers. And jumping servers has not been, it might take a while. You guys didn't hear that, but I barely made it to the mute button. I was like, oh man, I'm going to sneeze. That's so funny. All right, do we got an imprint here? We do. We're at reset, so that's good. All right, so one more time. Inventory, no inventory at all. Nothing in my backpacks, nothing local. That's the problem we've been having. So we're going to try and jump on over to, I'm going to go back to menus. And we are going to hit the menu and try and come back in. So let's see how that goes for us. I was very surprised at the lack of vultures and reclaimers in attendance of Xenothreat. Interesting. Hull stripping wrecks while others rescue the cargo. All under fire from Xenothreat. I mean, I think that'd be fun, for sure. Would have been a good test for 318. I agree with that 100%. I couldn't get on during that. Don't even worry about the caps, Roy. Heavens and stars. No one thinks you're yelling. Yeah, so, all right, here we are. We're back at the old menu. Now, let me do this. I might try to jump servers just because it's going to try and put me right back on the same server. And that same server has been having a problem. So let me just hit the EU server and see if we can just happen to get lucky. Because I don't want it to put me on the exact same server that already has the... Now, I do know there are times when you get you can open up inventory like 1 or 2 times, and that's it. Then but maybe those one or two times will be good enough for us. So yeah, we'll cross our fingers exactly and see if we can't get the prospector loaded up with the right stuff on it. I have to get it out of my backpack, and I have to load it onto the ship. So we're going to go ahead and see if we have any luck doing that at all. And hopefully we do. Yeah, we're getting that the thing that scares me, which is this is kind of what I was getting, infinite loading screen. We're gonna give it some time though to see if it corrects itself. This is definitely the issue. This was a gamble. I knew it was a gamble, kind of jumping servers because it had not been cooperative earlier logging on. It took me almost 2 hours to get logged in here to get started streaming today. So we'll give this another couple of minutes, and if it doesn't work, then I will, jump out and jump back in once or twice. I'm gonna give it a try. So. This has definitely been definitely had our challenges today being on the server, but we at least did get a little salvage in, and that's always a good thing, and had a really fun conversation so far, which is awesome. Hey, see you, Ramoyne. He's gonna go catch a bite to eat, you guys, and so give him a salute on the way out. Thanks for stopping in, man. That's awesome. Bite to eat sounds like a good idea. Au revoir. Nicely done, Colton. I am thinking of loading up my ROC and my Cutlass Black and do some planet mining and exploration. Good, never a bad idea, Dazzy. Never a bad idea. I seen it kind of slow down for a second there. Is it going to do it? We'll see. It looks like it wants to. I see the loading screen kind of get like it's slowing down a little bit. Hammer gives you no 7 for sure. Also, the downside to only testing on a US server cluster and some EU spots are limited. Yes, exactly. I can see a couple of times where the loading screen is kind of it's got that where where it's it just kind of slows down. It looks like it's going to kind of hook up, but it didn't do it. So we'll give it a couple more minutes, like I said, and I will crash out and try and load it a couple more times. But if not, that's just the nature of the beast. All right. All right, I'm going to give it another 60 seconds or so. Servers must be loading off floppy disk. I was reading what you were saying before I was processing it. Today's been a particular challenge. They're aware of the issue. And so, yeah, it took a little while to get started today and to even get a server. And so it's just kind of nature of the beast. So here, I'm going to do this here. Let me pop out of here. I will close this. I'm going to try and close window. Let's try and load back in here. See if I can kick it a little bit and see if I always quit the game before changing server for the exact same reason. It's so much quicker for some reason. And I almost did, Gray, and but I thought I'd at least try. So we'll go ahead and do that now. For me, we will also be going to lunch shortly on breaks. Been down 2 hours for the day, so we'll have 4 to 8 hours after for gaming or sleeping. All right, that's awesome, man. And I am just starting to fire the game back up now. That is for sure. I'll do this here. All right, let's see if we can kind of get back into anything. Now, one of the things, you see how this says player unstowed down here at the bottom? This is the thing that's been kind of a little weird lately. So I'm gonna go hit best. And then we're just gonna give it a try and see if we can get lucky. And our goal, like I said, all we're trying to do is get an inventory long enough to get our prospector loaded up. I did see the test version begin at the bottom down there. That's usually it's a better sign than not. If you don't see that, you're definitely not So it does look like it did kind of connect to a server, but whether or not it resolves is here. Speaking of floppy disks, I always love the trade terminal Grimhex. It does have that like DOS look. You're right, Nate. It's got that old like DOS 3.1 or something kind of look to it there, like an old BBS board or something. I love that too. All right, so we are loading here. It looks like we're gonna load. Good. Let's kind of cross our fingers. Maybe we'll just get a couple of opportunities here, but if we could just get something on there. So here we go. All right, so we do see them, right? There's a Lancet. I gotta move. There's a VAU. There's my Rieger. Okay. There's my VAU XC3. There's my VAU XC3. So here's what I gotta do. Let's just hope that this works. Select the ship. It's gonna be holy mackerel. Prospector 2. All right, we're going for it. We're gonna go Lancet. We're gonna go VAU XC3, VAU XC3, Rieger C3, save. All right, and let's just close and reopen. Oh, we might have got lucky, you guys. And we'll look at Prospector 2 again. Utility, it's on. Cool. All right, so let's go to Lyria. That's the one thing I wanted to accomplish today, is at least show you guys on Lyria a little bit. There's a little bit, it's a slightly different than speed scanning on Lyria. I did a speed scanning video on Lyria where you just kind of keep your scan angle at basically 90 or 180 all the time. But with the Prospector, because I'm not going quite as fast, it's a little bit where you have to kind of rotate the scan angle a little bit, but you still are using the RS signature. So we're going to pull Prospector 2. We're going to head over to Lyria and kind of finally get off to doing what we were hoping to be doing today. So, all right, Hangar 2. We're good. Let's hit Hangar 2. We did the crunch part. Now let's go do some Quantanium. Yay! Hammer. I got you. All right, so here we got the Prospector. I will pull out the laser. I probably can just look at it and tell on the front if it's looking good. That is definitely exactly what I expect there. I don't know. Like I said, the ones that you have to activate, when you hit Alt-1, they don't fire. So it's going to be interesting to see if the passives are working. I hope that they are. At least there's going to be, some kind of a reprieve. I'm excited now. I was really hoping to be able to kind of test the passives today. And when we hit the inventory snag, I do. I got more. It's making them somehow, Gray. I mean, not necessarily easy for me to say, but it is. It's producing them for me. Like I don't know if it's all the RMC I'm making or where they're coming from, but I do have a few of them. All right, let's go ahead and turn that guy. All right, we want to make sure we're nice, and let's wait our turn here. There we go. Don't want any accidents right now. If we can avoid them. All right, we're off the ArcCorp. We're going to go ahead and head on in, and I will show you kind of how RS signature value is really easy. You never know. But, it's very easy to locate doublers. It's very easy with the RS signature value. I mean, a 1700 RS value, RS signature value is a rock. So that's what you're looking for. Anything that's a factor of 1700 that's above, you know, so 3400, 5100, you know, 10,200. There's a one in the middle there too. Those are rocks, you know what I mean? And that's always going to be Quantanium. Now, that doesn't mean it's always something to mine, but I'll show you how that works here. And it's not working that way necessarily in the Iron Halo, in the sense that, yeah, you can tell that it's multiples, but you can't tell what type it is like you can in 3.17.4. So a little slower there. I'm going to continue to do work out in the Iron Halo, though, to see if there's some kind of a way to refine the scan in order to tell, you know, that type of thing. But I'll tell you, if there's one thing that I think collectively as a group we should all push for, is some kind of a way to mark a spot. I really think that to me is like the next really big thing that you could do for quality of life. It's just let us set beacons. Let us go to places, set beacons, and return to them. You know, that, and I understand they're probably waiting for the new star map to be able to do that, but man, that would be a huge quality of life uptick for sure. If we could just go out and scout and then come back and just return to the, you know, to the spots. It would be just awesome. Because it does appear that the persistent entity streaming is going to kind of honor what it is you found at those spots. So, all right, here we're coming up to ArcCorp. We do have this Goliath drive on here. I did not, you know, test my luck with the, you know, with too many times getting into inventory. I did not have a VK00 bought, even though you can buy one there at ArcL1. That's okay. The Goliath drive will be fine for our purposes here. Off we go. All right, so we're approaching Lyria. We're going to go ahead. And, you know me, I like to do mining on the light side. And so that's what we're going to do. Oh, hey. I didn't realize I had the channel running. I go ahead and turn that off. All right, let's see. What do we have here? We've got Shubin. There's set. I'll take Cell 2. I'm just going to look around at what these are as well, too. SPL9, Wheelers, Humboldt Mines, cool. Buckets. Launchpad. I think I'm heading over. I was kind of always heading over here, but just thought I would look around first. All right. So we're going to come out of Quantum. The first thing I'm going to do is kind of just kind of trim my speed and switch over to mouse and keyboard. That's the way that I really like to do the mining. It's kind of switching from sticks to mouse and keyboard. So that's our first order of business. Coming out here. And then what we're going to do is just kind of decide the speed I want to go. It's maybe a touch. Just double check that I have the functionality I want. Kind of pivot towards the sun. We're going to drop down out of here. And I'm going to turn off the quantum drive. I am going to turn on scan mode. And I'm going to go to a 180 scan. And really, you can handle this however you want. But all you need to do here is just kind of come down. Now, you can do this one of a couple ways. The first way, I'm just going to kind of show you what's up. I want to get below the cloud cover here, so give me just a sec. We're going to drop below the clouds. Want to make sure we're below those. We're almost there, almost there. All right. Good enough. So now we're going to send out a ping. And if you look, there's pings everywhere, right? But if I close my, you can see the RS signature value. That's 3720. That's going to be gems. And I'll explain why in a second. There's a 1860. That's gems. 1700's one rock. Here's what I'm looking at here. 1700. I'm looking at this value over here on the right side of the UI. 1700's one rock. 620 is one gem. So whenever you see, so now we'll send out a ping again. Once again, we'll roll back here to like a 180. We'll do a ping. And then you can kind of close this up. And at that distance, you can see there's a 1700. There's a 1700. What I'm looking for is anything greater than there's a 1700. There's a 1700 single rocks. Kind of pinging out here. Melted my alien pack for more Misk Argo and some Origin. Nicely done, Ocean. So yeah, we're just kind of sending out ping. Oh, I needed to be like back out to a 180 here. Okay. 1700. You want to kind of make sure you pull it back out. 3720. Now, keep in mind, if it's got like a 20 in it, this is gems. If it's less than 5,000 and it's got any number that's not a hundreds type thing, it's going to be gems every time. Ernie. No. So here you go. Like, I know this is gems right off the bat. Now, you don't know what type of gems it is, but I know because this is a factor of 620 that this is gems, and they're right over here. They're not even, they're not that far. You'll be able to see the icon in here in just a sec. There they are. And it's a bunch of them because it's 620 times. Now, you can come up here and you can actually get a visual on them if you want. But so that's how we can 360 scan and that type of thing. Here's what I'm going to recommend. We're going to do like a 90 scan and we're going to start moving now. Right? So here we are. I'm going to send out pings. And whenever we see, we're going to move over. And you've got to be within a certain range in order to get the RS signature value. So, that's just one of those things that it takes a little time to get used to. That's an 1860, so we know that's gems. All right, so we're going to kind of continue on. What we want to do is kind of do a 180 ping, and then here is we just seen a 3400. If you see it over here, it's a 3400, right? That's doublers. 1700 times 2, 3400. That's going to be Quantanium every time, and that's what you're looking for is factors of 1700. That are above. Yeah, you're a minor wizard here. Yeah, 1700 that are above. So a 3400 is almost always going to be, unless they're kind of too far apart from each other, where they're not Quantanium. But you can see, yeah, we found Quantanium kind of that quickly, here. And so you do want to get in here, and you can just go ahead and scan them. But here's what I found. Like, if you shoot them one time, then they seem to want to scan better. That's a weird thing, but it's true. Give them a shot. Shoot them one time. Now you're going to get your scan results over here, right? Now look at that. That's a 30% Quantanium rock. So right there, that's a decent rock, right? That is, let's take a look at that. That's a 3530. That's a mineable rock. We'll be definitely doing that one. What about this guy? Not as good of a rock this time. That's going to be a 2%er. But that's how fast we can find them. Now, I can mine this rock, but I think we're going to continue. I think I want to show you guys the scanning mechanics a little more, okay? I could mine this rock if I wanted to. It'd be a fine little rock to mine, but let's just kind of focus on. I do think it's important that you guys get a sense of the scanning mechanics. I'm not sure I've done a great job yet kind of showing you how those work. So boom, we send out a ping. We get our then if you collapse it, you're going to get signatures. That's a 5580. That 5580 is a lot of, that's like 10, that's 9 or something gems. 1700 there. 1700 there. So we keep on moving in that direction, back out to a 180 scan. Kind of, just kind of roll over here, send out a ping, and then collapse it again. And you're going to roll your white. There's a 1240s gems, right? Because it's not a factor of 1700. 1700 there. What about over here? We got 3 out. There's a 1700, 1700, 1700. So on all 3 of those were just single rocks. Would shooting the rocks work with the unscannables? It doesn't in the Halo. It hasn't. It's 9 p.m. here. I need to get some food now. Getting hungry. I enjoyed your stream. It's been nice to see you again. Peter, have a lovely night. Thanks for dropping in, man. I appreciate it. Enjoy your dinner, and we'll see you around the way, man, for sure. All right, you guys. So there you go. This is how we're doing it. 1,700. Make sure you do take a look at all of your opportunity markers that you can. There's a 1,700. So we'll roll back out to a 180 and send out a ping. And this is, you can, like I said, as you cruise along here, you can actually usually do pretty good. Now, there are times when the server is kind of being grumpy and it's not going to give you the opportunity markers you're hoping that it does. But that's okay. What is this guy? And it's the white cursor, not the square, that you have to put over top of the. That was a 1,700. Okay, what about this guy? 1,700. What about this guy? And as you can see, we're just cruising along here. 1,700. Back to 180 and get a little altitude. I'm going to order some sushi. That sounds good, man. I think I'm going to order some sushi today, too. Aoshin layover is in. The rig is parked. Heading to get Domino's at the local shop and be back later. Hey, no problem, man. Thanks for hanging out. That's awesome. All right, cool. All right. 1860s gems. We know that's for sure. Back out to 180. Now, if you're speed scanning, you want to have it at 90, because you're on them so fast. You just, you're within range to get your RS signature value. But this is how you can just kind of cruise along. There's a 1,700. Single rocks, just like crazy. I see some hills over this way, so let's go over this way. There's a 1,700 there. And we're just, this is, like I said, a very quick, using that signature. Now, what do we have here? That looked like a big number, I thought. Oh, that's a 1,240. It was just an awkward number. What's this guy? A 620. That's a single gem. 1,700 there. So no problem. We'll keep on moving. 180 scan out. Bing. Get our opportunity markers. 1860s gems. 1,700. 1,700. 1,700. 8680. Now this has got to be like an 11. I think this is an 11 pack of gems. I'm just kind of curious. That's a lot of gems. This is going to be a big gem cluster. Let's just take a look at it, just because I don't know that I've seen an 8680 gem cluster yet. Around here somewhere. There it is. Look at that big old gem cluster. Now I wonder if this is going to be Dolomite. I'm just kind of curious. All right, let's get a visual on it. That is a healthy load of gems. It is Dolomite. This is a curiosity of mine. Nice. All right, so we're back to our 180 pings. Boom, out they go. Okay, oh, I hit Z by accident. Didn't mean to do that. Let's see, that is going to be 1,700. Single rock. That's a 1,700 single rock. Yeah, it was Dolomite for sure. Out we go with the ping. And I'm going to kind of head towards these hills over this way. All right, what do we got over here? 1,700. What about this guy at this distance? 1,700. All right. And this is kind of how fast you can zip along. You know what I mean? All right. What do we got here? 17. I think this is 17 for sure. This guy here. 3,400. That's doublers over there. So we know that's doublers. And what about this guy? 1,700. So here's our next set of doublers right there. That's a 3,400. So, 1,700 at twice is this. So it is nice to be able to see, this is why it works on Lyria, is that, with the RS signature values there, they are actually right there. I'm flying over them. All right. And we'll just kind of come in. We'll get the mining laser out. Let's just take a look at them. Now you can just one tap them. See how I'm not getting any scan results at all? Here's what you want to do. I know it's crazy, but just shoot them. Shot them. And then for whatever reason, shooting them is what makes it so they're all right. So that's an 8%er. No big, not a great rock, but no big deal. What about this guy? We left a 30%er back there so we could show you guys the meta for scanning. All right. Well, we know that that's that. So we're going to head back, turn towards the sun. Not great rocks there, but that's okay. All right. We'll go ahead and roll back out to a 180 scan. All right. Then kind of collapse the scan angle. Another 3400 right there. So let's go take a look at these doublers. What's this guy over here? 1240. Those are gems. That's 2 gems. 620, 620. So got some doublers over this way. I think I can actually see them right there. So never a bad idea. I just you want to come on in here and just give them, just shoot them. Which seems kind of silly, I know, but it does work. And you start getting your scan results right off the bat. This is going to be a nice rock right here. Yeah, not as nice as I thought. It's only a 13%er. Huh. I would have thought that would have, by the look of it, it might have been a nicer rock. What about this guy? This is going to be a 4%er. Okay, up we go. Back out again. Roll it back out to a 180 scan. Send out the pings. Collapse. 3,400 right there. So that's another set of doublers. 1,700 there. 1,700 there. 1,700 there. So here's some more doublers right over this way. Let's take a look. All right. Just cruising along here. Kind of lost them, I guess. Unless it's these over here. Oh. Yeah, that was weird. Oh, they're there. I was going to say, that seems strange to me. Kind of shooting them on the way in. That's a 2%er there. What about this guy? And this could be a nice rock. This is another 30%er. So yeah, let's go ahead. We'll mine this one, right? Because I wanted to check out. Now I want to check out the passives. And we're going to go ahead and get ourselves just lined up right. Notice how I kind of use the shadow to kind of give myself some contrast. Make sure I'm good at a good optimal range. And let's see right off the bat. I should be able to tell, how we do. We do have the VAUXC3s and a Rieger. And the instability is 1.73. So we'll have to kind of see how that works. If we get 100%er, I'll be able to tell. Because if it's anything less than a 2.5, then they're definitely working. So not a bad rock. This is almost a 40-40. It's a 3,800, 39%er. So a nice rock, definitely to mine for sure. And we're just going to go ahead and get this guy squared away. Took a little while to get here today. I appreciate those of you who are able to hang on. I definitely wanted to show you this stuff today, and the PTU was being a little grumpy, but that's okay. We made it. And we're just starting to slip into the green now. I'll start backing it down just a touch. We look like we're in pretty good shape. The nice thing is that Rieger C3 does give a little bit bigger optimal window. So it does help a little bit. And of course, the VAU XC3s, they lower the instability just a little bit. So passive modules aren't quite as good as the active modules as far as what they deliver. But they, the fact that, that they work, kind of all the time is good. I'm gonna hopefully there's 100%er here. That's what I'm wondering about. Let's see if this guy is. That's a purple rock. That is 100%. All right, let's take a look at this guy. This is a 67%er. Nothing there. That's good. This could be a nice percentage here. 62. Okay, we'll take it. That's not going to have anything in it. What about that big boy? 572 at a 77%. And there's one more rock down in here. Know that I see how to. One is kind of buried in there, kind of impacted. We'll go ahead and see if we can't. Now, considering that has an instability of 2, definitely difficult to say. Can you land ATG-XL1 with Reclaimer? Yeah, there's a place you can land a Reclaimer at XL1. Absolutely. I do think it's working because the green optimal window seems to be a little bit wider than I would think it would be. Easy break. All right. I was hoping that was going to give me ample opportunity. This has got some 77% in it. Let's go ahead and get crackulating on this one. Let's get inside range here. That's asking for. Oh, I was looking at the range and that kind of got away from me for a sec. So no big deal. Just kill the laser. Don't panic. Looks like it'll decay out before we even have to worry about it. Just being a touch fussy, but no problem. We'll just kind of push it up in there. Nice. She's trying to be fussy, but that's okay. We've got it. And notice I flirt around with the optimal, not the overcharge. I try and keep it around the low line there if I can. That doesn't have anything in it. There is one underneath the ground here that I don't see very well. What does it have in it? I'm just kind of curious. Doesn't look like it has anything or very little Quantanium, if any. Good. Well, that's a good thing. All right, so here we have the 67%er. Let's go ahead and get in a little closer on this guy. Good. Go ahead and crank these guys up and go ahead and get this guy started. All right, a little bit of back and forth, but that's to be expected. Have a pretty high instability there at 2.18. All right, crack that okay. All right, so let's start with this 100%er. I don't think there's any other yellows. I could be wrong. Well, there's this guy here had nothing in it. Right? I don't think there's any other yellows really that need to be. We might be able to get a scan on each of these before we start scooping. There's a hundo. That's good to do. Let's go ahead and see if we can't do that. We're definitely going to want to scoop as efficiently as possible. That's a 78. Nothing to sneeze at there. Nothing there. Hundo there. Hundo there. Oh, we got definitely some nice hundos. Nothing there. That's good. That's 100%. Cool. Good. So we're getting a lot of scans in place, right? So let's go ahead now that we've done that. Let me just grab these last couple, and then we'll go ahead and get started here. I definitely want to try and be as efficient as possible because I think we're going to have to run down. That's 100% there as well. I think we're going to have to run down to the refinery without storing the ship. So, we're going to start extracting here real quick. We got lots of hundos here to start with. So there's our first hundo. And that's a solid 5 SCU. We'll take it. Kind of skirt the edge here. We don't want to kind of get into that other rock. Oh, there's more than one there, though. It's funny. I didn't notice that. What about that guy? A little less percentage, but we'll have... Here's another big hundo over here. We'll go ahead and grab that guy. Beautiful. I think there was a hundo down here. Yeah, let's grab that. Good. That was nothing. That's a 76%er. Don't have a scan on this one yet. Great stream as always. Got to get dinner to the kiddos. Have a great night. Thank you, Jonathan. I really appreciate it. And thanks for letting me know. Good seeing you. And thank you so much, by the way, for the donation today, sir. I truly appreciate it. I can't thank you enough. And it means the world to me. And I, hope to see you again soon. Have a lovely day, man. Cool. Alrighty. What about this guy here? Hundo, we'll take it. Beautiful. I think one of these other ones is a hundo over here too, yeah. So we're crossing 20 SCU now. That's awesome. I know this is a hundo. I remember seeing that little guy. So we're at 23 SCU. That's nothing. That's nothing. I don't see how to... Oh, yeah, that was nothing, right? So there is some other percentages up here. That's a 95, so we'll get that guy. And we'll take it. 95, nothing wrong. Cross 25 SCU, that's awesome. Last couple of rocks down here. Oh, here's one down here. I can't even tell what it is, but there's a little bit there to grab. Just an 8% quant, 75, and that's a nothing. So let's grab the 75. If you don't make the repair and refuel after landing, it should give time to store the ship. Oh. Storing the ship, though, is what has been the actual problem, Hamma. Like, when I store the ship, it just stays in, like, this state where it's, like, it says storing it, but it's kind of not. Like it never kind of gets out of that mode. There's 6% there. I'll grab it. It's a little more Quantanium. So I think what I have to do is just run down while it's on the hanger and get rid of the stuff and then kind of go from there. I think that's us though, right? I don't think that there's anything more. We're good. Let's go ahead and make. Like if I store it, it's not going to even show me the Quantanium that's available. Like it'll just kind of get into a state where eventually I have to claim it. All right, we're on our way back. We're about to punch on out of here. Just calibrating. Off we go. So good run there. I think 26 SCU did not take that long to locate. As you can see, the RS signature values and factors of 1700 are absolutely rocks. Hey, Masquerade, how are you doing? Nice to see you. Commander, salute to you, sir. How you been? Thanks for joining. That's awesome. So yeah, absolutely. We're gonna, like I said, I think we're not gonna test fate. I seem to contact RKL1 landing services and the reclaimer. Oh, now they won't respond. Yeah. That is interesting. Vish, you should be able to, I mean, I fly my reclaimer out of there all the time, so it's not a question of, you know, the ship being wrong or something. It's just the server must not be behaving correctly. All right, we're kind of coming out of quantum here. Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one, Vish. I don't know. Like, definitely keep trying to spam them a little bit and see if they'll kind of wake up. All right, we're making good time here, getting towards back the heading back towards the old RKL1, the refinery. All right. And cooldown's over. She'll spin back up here. Calibration and let her spool up. And off we go. Awesome. All right, we're going to bring this in on a pretty reasonable clip. Like I said, I want to be able to run down to the refinery and actually store it. Or not store the ship. I want to, you know, because it's you know, storing the ship has been a little weird in the PTU, and I want to see if I can get it in the hopper. Not that I need the money or anything. I'm just kind of curious. We're going to come in at about 300 and some change. I'm already going to drop the gears in the VTOL. We're going to be, about we're 330, 331. We're going to come on in there and get it landed as quick as possible. And hopefully we won't, hear, you know, or we'll be pretty close to landing when we hear the first alarm. All right. All right, that's a good landing bay. Boost. Moving in towards, right, there's first alarm there, so not terrible. Plenty of time. we're bringing her in nice and easy. Okay. Good. All right, so normally I'll do a little post-flight here. Kill the engines, and off we go. So normally you would absolutely go store the ship here, but I'm not going to store the ship because storing the ship has put it into the state of transferring. It'll just say transferring to the station, and it won't go away. So I'm going to run down to the refinery and, you know, kind of risk it for the biscuit here and see if I can just kind of take it off, you know, and I should be able to. Everything should be fine. There's plenty of time. The first alarm hasn't gone off nearly long enough for me to worry about it from a timing standpoint. There's always a question of whether or not the refinery will recognize it on there. It normally does. But yeah, we'll definitely want to. And then I'll come back upstairs and store it afterwards. But yeah, let's just kind of boogie. Head down to the refinery. This is where the faster elevators actually. Heck with immersion. Give me the fast elevator to get me down there. You know? All right. Cool. Refinery, boom. And let's just fly down here really quick and let's see if we can get this offloaded. And then we'll come back upstairs and I'll store it and we'll see if it stores normally or not. Because if it doesn't, then it ate my you know, my modules anyways. So we are boogieing. And we'll find out again. Okay. That work order. Nothing in this prospector. What about this one? That work order. Okay, what about this one? There it is. Oh, there's a bit of borase in there too. All right, and we'll go ahead and just do the Dynex. Get a quote 37 hours. Seems like a lot, but that's okay. It did take it, so that's good. So now we know that we've cleaned out that prospector up there. Let's go ahead and we will do a little due diligence here and risk it and take off our helmet. Try and get a locks in here. Cool. Chug, chug, chug. Cool. All right. Wow, I'm using the left terminal. Yeah, that's awesome. It's funny how we kind of get it, you know, kind of caught in our specific ways, Ham. I'm such a creature of habit. Oh boy, that doesn't look good. All right, that looks better. All right, we're going to store the prospector here, and we'll see just kind of what behavior we're going to get. Storing has not been working out good, and I'm just kind of curious if it's going to work out the same. I mean, or this server has seemed to have been performing better for sure. Here's a store. See how we got the transferring to storage? And let's just kind of see if that ever kind of... Hey, it worked! Yeah, this server is actually you know, working a little better for sure. That hasn't been the case normally. Like, it's definitely been one of those things where it hasn't worked at all too well. So how about give me about 30 seconds and I'm going to go check my family's temperature and see what they're up to, because I would like to run back out to the air in Halo, but I definitely want to be respectful of their time today too. So give me about 30 seconds, you guys, and I'll be right back. Okay, hang in there. Hey, babe. spot where I could wrap up the stream if you want me to. But am I okay to stream for a little while longer? Do you want to go out tonight or do something? Oh, I'm sorry. You want me to come help with him? Okay. Hi, Bill. Poppy's almost done. All right. Double checked with the family there. Just wanted to make sure that we're good on time. Sometimes you just want to check in with the wife. So let's go ahead. I'm going to pull. We're good. My grandson's out there. Wife is out there. She's got the place all good. I think it's Prospector 2 that we want, right? We're going to head back out to we'll go do a little messing around in the air in Halo, I think. And let's go ahead and look around there. So I think it's Prospector 2. I just want to make sure. It is. Okay. All right. So we did a little salvage today. We did a little Lyria mining. Now let's head out to the air in Halo and do a little mining there. So, the scanning mechanics in the air in Halo are not as, obviously being able to use the RS signatures on Lyria and anything, that's a factor of 1700 above. So, is a rock makes it quite easy. The air in Halo hasn't been as lucrative because in 3.17.4, it's very lucrative in the sense that with the mining laser out, you can absolutely get a scan type. But I haven't, that doesn't seem to be the case in 3.18. Now I have, but every time we go out there with these new builds, it could be a little bit different. Uh-oh. Look at this thing. You hear it? It wants to blow up. Let me, and I'm trying to hit Alt. I've hit Alt J several times. I'm trying to see, this is oh, I have to have the mining laser out. There we go. Now I was able to clear that volatile cargo. I forgot. You have to have the mining laser out to clear the cargo. So, yeah, so we were able to, I put that stuff down in there. I came back on it was because I hadn't stored first. I was getting the mess, like the very grumpy message that the chip was going to blow. But all I did was then pull out the mining laser and left Alt J, and then we got rid of stuff. You're still on the Orion screen. Oh, my stars, you guys. I didn't know that. Moon, thank you for saying something. I should have been paying better attention to that, you guys. I'm sorry. What the heck? That was dumb of me. How long has that thing been on there, you guys? I'm so sorry. What the heck? So that's so funny. Oh, you guys, that's so funny. All right, cool. All right, we're headed back. We're headed over the air in Halo now. Now that you guys can, now that I've decided to show you my screen again. Thanks, Moon. Oh, it's so funny today. All right, cool. Here we go. Hey, Clive, how have you been? It's nice to see you, dude. What's been happening, brother? Happy New Year. I don't think I said Happy New Year to you yet. How have you been? Yeah, we were minding the Orion. Sorry about that, you guys. That was crazy. I'm glad Moon said something. I didn't realize I hadn't kicked it back on yet. That's so silly of me. 36 likes, by the way, you guys. Thank you so much. All right, we're heading over to the Halo. Now, we've done some salvage today. We've done some Lyria mining today. We're going to do some Halo mining. The Halo mining is going to be the least efficient of the three, I think, unless some things have changed. But we're going to continue to press over that way. And one of the things I will say is I still think I'm going to spend, even though it's hard to find Quantanium in the air in Halo, I can still see myself doing it because at least it's a safe, anonymous place to look around. But anything that we can do to help ourselves, I probably won't approach too many single rocks. We'll be able to at least use RS signature to kind of test with that. you know, and we'll kind of go from there. So not too bad. When do you think 318 will go live in the PU? My best guess is probably the first or second week of February. I think sometime in the next week or two, they're going to go to a live PTU. You know, and then they'll, you know, then maybe a week or two after that. So I'm saying maybe mid-February, Clive, is my best guess at this point. You know, I'd like to think it was sooner, but they have a lot of snags they have to work out here. So, all right. So we're going to drop out of 7.8. Here we get into 8, 8.8, 8.7, 8.6. It's 7.8 where we want to drop out. All right, very nice. So first things first, we're going to kind of set our home quantum marker back to ARC-L1. We're going to roll over on our back and kind of point towards that. So we always have, you know, place to kind of head towards. Now, we used to be able to have out the mining laser here, and with the mining laser out, we could actually, you know, change the so I'm going to try and see if I can kind of monkey around with a little bit. There's that. Now I'm going to pull out. Notice it's at 360. So you use our signatures in the belt as you do on the surface. George, it's not the same, unfortunately. You know, but you can see here, though, I'm going to get a lot of RS signature values. But unfortunately, you don't get them unless you're in mining mode or you're in scanning mode. So yeah, not great. These are all single rock. You can at least tell they're single rocks. The one thing is nice is if it's a 2000 value, it's a single piece of scrap. So 3400 is 2 rocks. Now, I will approach a 3400 for sure. Because 2 rocks a lot of times is Quantanium, but you know, you're kind of, yeah, I mean, this is kind of not you're not in a great place. There's the 2 there. And what we're going to do is we're going to approach them, and we're going to approach them, and we're going to try and get a visual on them. It's not easy to find. Have you tried forcing the hotkeys for scanning? When you say forcing, Mobutu, what do you mean? I mean, I definitely don't. I haven't been able to. The scan angles are set right. They're just not showing up in the mining mode. Now, these are not Quantanium. I can see it at that distance. I don't see any orange in those at all. So what we'll do is we'll run back out to, you know, kind of reset on our, you know, on our quantum marker. We'll go ahead and send out a 180 scan. And then we'll just kind of do the same kind of thing here. That's a 1700. That's a 1700. That's a 1700. There's an 8,000. 8,000 is going to mean 4 pieces of salvage scrap. Just I just want you guys to know that. Here I will look here. Let's see. There's another 8,000. All right, and then we'll roll back here, and you can see there was definitely a couple of different 8,000 markers, and here we're going to roll in on some salvage scrap here. Yep. All right, so we, you know, it's definitely easier to locate the salvage, you know, than anything, you know, like right now. So there's a 1700s, a single rock. And nothing I do, like if I just try and scan, or like I'm trying to like hold scan down or whatever, nothing I do gets me. Go to settings and set my increase and decrease scan to the thumb button on my mouse. You know, I have those set for sure. Like it's set. You can see me, you know, I'm able to move it really easy, Mobutu. Unfortunately, when you pull out the mining laser, the only FOV it allows is 360. You could see it there when I do it. And it will not allow me to change the scan mode with the in mining mode. And it did before, and that's a problem, right? Because if I could, then I think I could get a type on this thing. But I can't. Now, if you can get on the rock, you can actually see there's an M type at 4400, right? But it's like you have to then, it's difficult because you have to be able to see the, now there's 2 rocks there, so we'll head towards this. But it's, yeah, it's just not as easy as it used to be. Now, you can scan them. I wonder if I can, at that distance. Yep, you can see I'm not having any luck with. No matter what I do, I can't seem to get any kind of a. And in mining mode, you can see I don't get the type like I used to get in scan results there. And it's because I can't seem to focus the, so I don't know if there's a way. Let's just kind of look, options, key bindings, and let's just look at advanced system controls. And then flight radar, you can see I've got you see what I mean, Mabutu? They've changed it. Where, but let's look and see if in mining, let's see a mining mode if there's a change to the angle. Switch mining laser, increase mining laser power up and down. Then they've got, left alt and 1, left alt and 2, left alt and 3, and left alt and J. But it doesn't seem to have the, I have the angles, but it just, you don't seem to be able to modify those with the mining laser out. And that's what's causing, I think, the problem, right? That's why we can't see, And meanwhile, there's an 890 jump sitting right over there, by the way. So that's, salvage is in a much better place to locate stuff in the air in Halo than we are right now. It's not to say we can't locate, rocks and rock clusters and that type of thing, but it's just we're going to have to approach them, and we're going to have to look at every one of them. And that's not great. You can get a certain distance away. Now, I know this is an unscannable, like at least up to this point, because it's just, you see how I get that single scanning and then it just kind of goes away? Let's get a visual. And we'll just kind of look around here. Those are not Quantanium anyway, so we'll just keep on moving. And so this is the kind of the challenge that we're facing. Be right back. I had to change different settings, but I can't remember. Or I had to change different sites, but I can't remember which ones. No problem. That's a 1700 up there. All right, so this is, let's see here, 1700 single rocks, 1700, 3400's 2. Now, I usually try and fly towards the 2 rocks for sure. Because, anything, just give myself more opportunity there. I see this is not the case anymore. I think the signal strength has to be at least 80%. Yeah, it's just changed. You used to be able to, with the mining mode out, you used to be able to change the scan angle. But it's definitely not doing that. And so, and then there just doesn't seem to be a way to just at a distance tell what type it is. So you have to just fly on in and look at it. Which that's the thing. This, we've had to do that many times in the past with, it just slows things down fairly significantly. Eventually you can scan these, but it's just like by this time we're already right on top of them, and this is just the P type. So this is why it's not, it's just not that efficient in the air and Halo locating Quantanium right now, because you just don't have any. You have to fly up to every rock and look at it, and then it's like between not having scannable rocks, that's one thing. And then, not, and then having low percentages, it takes a long time. So that's what I really think what we probably are going to want to do is probably just approach kind of big clusters. Anything that's, a lot of rocks or whatever. So we'll just kind of cruise along and see if, look for anything that's, if it's a low percentage, even the 3400s we'll skip. And we'll skip 5100s too, because I've never seen 3 rocks be Quantanium ever in the Halo. That's a 1700. There's a 14,000. That's a lot of rocks. So we'll go look at these. Salvaging will watch. Yeah, it's exactly right, Ham. I mean, it's right now, flight radar is where I had to change the settings. Okay, because that's where I was at, right? So here, if I go to options, right, that's exactly where I was at, but, key bindings. And I go to advanced, and I do go to flight radar. You can see left, they're set. It's left alt mouse wheel up, left alt mouse wheel down. It works, it absolutely always worked fine for me before. But when I take the mining laser out, it doesn't work at all. So, all right, let's just do this 180 scan. Here's a 14,000 sig. So let's just kind of run out here, and we'll go take a look and see if this is a lot of rocks. We don't know what kind of type it is, but at least we can just approach the big ones. So we're, we don't necessarily, I would probably think 3400s, and then anything that's not above 5100, so like 10,200s and things. So that ended up being scrap at 14,000. Oh, that would make sense. At 14,000, that's 7 pieces of scrap, because it's 2,000 a unit for scrap. You know what I mean? So that's why, yeah, that wasn't a good look on my part, just because I should have thought about that better. That's okay, though. It's got to be a factor of 1,700. 1,700. 8,500. I think this is going to be 4 rocks here. So let's go in and take a look. Cruising along. So yeah, this is the challenge that we're going to face. There they are. Whoa. It's a P-type. Yeah, they're P-type. So, it's just one of those things. Hey, Moon says, I wonder if having the laser power also on the mouse wheel is causing a conflict. Yeah, I could change it temporarily to something else, I suppose. I like having it there. But yeah, I mean, maybe what I could change is just let me just change the power up and the power down. Just like, let me just kind of monkey with that. It's a good question. I don't think it is, but it is definitely something worth investigating, Moon. You're absolutely right. So let's go to advanced flight controls. We'll go to flight. We'll go to vehicles mining. Right now I have increased power is this. So hold on. Let me figure out what I want to do here. Mouse wheel up is how I have it now. And I'm just gonna unbind them for now. That's what I'll just do. All right, is there a save? I don't think so. So now I've unbound laser power. Now the thought would be, what I would be able to do is change the radar to keys. Yeah, I could do that for sure. Let's just go ahead and get our opportunity markers out. Yeah, you can see it's not even though I have it, it's not doing it. See how it's 360? I have the left mouse held down and I'm trying to do the thing. So that's not working. Let's do it the way that you suggested. So let's return, let's go to options. We'll go back here to key bindings, advanced flight controls, vehicles mining. Let's see. What is this? Yes, mouse wheel up. Yes, mouse wheel down. Okay, so we're talking about vehicle scanning, and I'll just change. Oh no, that's weird. How it's mouse wheel up. It should be. This should be left mouse wheel up. Yes. Left alt mouse wheel up. Left alt mouse wheel down. But we wanted to do something different than mouse wheel, right? So we're gonna do this and this. All right. So now we've got that where we're not. We'll just do comma and period. I think those are the kind of the original ones, right? So let's go ahead and we'll send out a ping. Well, it's not working this way either. Now it's working when I'm in scan mode, but it's not working when I'm in just regular mode with scan mode off. And it's definitely not working when I'm in mining mode. And that's a big difference. There's just a difference to the way that it used to do it. So I think what I want to do now is let's go back. We'll go to options, key bindings, flight, advanced system controls. Go back here to flight radar. What was I doing? Flight vehicle scanning. Oh, scanning. Vehicle scanning. Flight radar. You didn't want to change flight radar, not flight scanning. That's weird. Ping angle, scanning angle. What's the difference? That is weird. I guess the radar is activate ping button 4. Vehicle scanning. Oh, increase scanning. Well, I don't know. Vehicles mining. Okay. Yeah, definitely got myself over my skis here. Let's see. All right, let's go. That's not helping here. Nope. All right. 6,800, huh? That's 4 rocks. We'll approach those, but definitely not. What's the difference between scan angle and ping angle? I'll have to look into that a little bit. Tab is the radar instead of V-scan, vehicle scan. Oh, I see. All right, what do we got here? Definitely not Quantanium. Oh, they're M-types. I can see at that distance. All right, that's fine. What about... Go back here. All right. 1,700. 1,700. Yeah, I don't really know. I just don't know of a more efficient way than this right now. And 3,400's 2 rocks. We will approach those. I just don't know of a more efficient way in the air in Halo to do this right now. You know, and I'm going to keep continuing to try, but we'll definitely... And it's our signature values are obviously really important on Lyria because the only reason is because more than one rock always means Quantanium. But it doesn't, you know, that's not the way it works here in the Halo. Those are not Quantanium. All right. 8,000's salvage stuff. 1,700 there. 1,700. 1,700 there. 1,700 there. And we'll keep on the cruising. Oh, now I've changed it where I see. Okay. Looks like Sig's trying to stop mining Halo for... I don't know if it's that as much as they're not really aware of it, Clyde, but I mean, it obviously it is a bummer that it does seem like it's not going to be as efficient to locate Quantanium in the air in Halo at all. At least in the current build, and this isn't necessarily the way it's going to be released. We don't necessarily know that. All right, so I think what I want to do is, when I'm in scanning mode, return to game. No, when I'm in scanning mode, options, key bindings, flight. Oh, when I'm in vehicle scanning, I just want this thing to be, yeah, mouse wheel up and down. Yep, back. Return to game. So now when I'm in scanning mode, when I'm in scanning mode, this is just a mouse wheel thing. Would you mind trying changing the flight radar scan to comma and period? Of course. No problem, Ubuntu. So yep, let me just go ahead and do that. So options, key bindings, and you're saying flight radar, and this is what I changed before. So I'll change this one. What the heck? I'm giving you a button input. What's going on? I promise I was giving it a button input. Options, key bindings, advanced system controls, flight radar. I don't know why it won't take that. It's saying waiting for, and I'm hitting stuff on my keyboard. What the heck? It won't do it. Return the game. What the heck? Options, key binding. I mean, I'm hitting flight radar. Let me unbind it first, I guess. Press to unbind. Well, I had these set before. It is weird. I agree with that. Double click. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. This is strange. Like, this was letting me do this before. I don't know. Yeah, it's weird. But I agree. That's something to definitely look at and keep looking at it. All right, so flight radar. Right now I have left alt mouse wheel and up. Vehicle scanning, I just have activate scanning. That's a scanning angle. And there's ping angle. Yeah, it won't take a wait for button type input. It won't take one. I can't even unbind it. It is weird. Why? Why? I don't know. Nah, I kind of give up on it. It won't let me do anything. That's weird. All right, we don't want to be going that fast. All right, we were approaching this signature here. But yeah, this is kind of the challenge. That's something I'm going to keep looking at, I guess, Mabutu. That's an excellent point. It's, I don't know if it's, scan angle or what's going on there. But I definitely know that's not working for us. Problems in the code. Yeah, I'm sure. Here they come. Oh, Q types. Well, that's good. All right, let's look. And of course, that's going to be a nothing guy. And what about this guy? And that could be an okay rock to mine. We'll have to look. 16% or nope. It's going to be a blue cap, I'm sure. Yep. So yeah, as you guys can, I mean, it's just you'll be able to fly. You'll be able to find almost like at a 10-to-1 rate on Lyria. But of course, then you've got to deal with the pirating that's going to go on there. You know what I mean? So definitely not ideal. It's weird at 15. 10,000. That's going to be a bunch of, hey, how you doing, John? Nice to see you. Could probably change them in the key map file, but then it's risky and not recommended. Yeah, you're right about that. We'll kind of have to see how it shakes out and try it in a couple as the builds progress as well. But this is something that we're probably going to want to. I'm going to want to say something. 318's not too bad, John. A lot of fun stuff in it for sure. Little salvage is a lot of fun. We've enjoyed that today. Nice to see you, John, for sure. 1,700 there. Single rock. 3,400. There's some doublers. Let's go in and take a look at those. And so I think really, like I said, the best thing to do is approach like anything that's, if it's 3 rocks, don't approach it because that's never Quantanium. So if it's 5,100, don't approach it. But, if it's anything else that's, now you can choose to approach single rocks if you want. And many times they'll be Quantanium, but many times they won't. And that can even slow you down even more. This needs to be reported as a breaks ROC and ship mining loops. I don't know about the ROC mining loops as much because you can just use the RS signature is a great way to find because it's a 620 signature is so factors of 620 are always like it's never been easier to find gems, Mabutu. I'd say when you have time, it's convenient. Try shutting the game down and change the keybind from the menu screen. Oh, that's not a bad idea. I might be able to try that. What about these guys are not Quantanium? Okay, we'll keep moving. Back out to 180 scan. And there's an 8,000 sig. That's going to be scrap material because we know it's 2,000. That's 3 rocks. That's never Quantanium, a 5100 RS signature. That's a 1700's a single rock. 1700 single rock. 3400 some doublers. We'll approach those. Just kind of seeing if there's anything. I'm kind of clicking and messing around and seeing if I can get any kind of indication of what they are at a distance. Well, that's a good point. They're looking for Hadnite exclusively, but at least you're not going to. It's a really good point. Yep, I didn't think about that. And if you used to be able to tell, what type it was, you're absolutely right. I guess I didn't. That's Quantanium for sure. But these appear to be dead rocks. See how I don't even get an outline? All right, so let's do our thing here. I've gotten pretty close to them, so it doesn't usually work when it's close. But let's just EVA out and see if it fixes it, just because we're having some fun today. We will just EVA out and see what we get. What the heck? There we go. Let's get back out here to where it says we've left the prospector. There we are. Let's climb back in. Fun. Yeah, it doesn't look like that kind of solved the problem this time. What about shooting them? Shooting them was fixing it. Shooting actually was fixing it on Lyria. Doesn't look like it did. So yeah, some unscannables, okay. And this is kind of an example of why I feel like the Halo is going to be just a touch more tedious than we're hoping. In 317, you don't have to get that far out. Message. I'm gonna. Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. It can happen really fast. 1,700, 8,000, 5,100. That's 3 rocks. Never been Quantanium. 3 rocks. 1,700, 1,700. What is that? RS signature value? 5,100. 1,700. All right, we'll keep moving. You can see there's lots and lots of opportunities. It's just we can't see what they are at a distance. 8,500. That is, I believe it's 4. I don't wait for the message. Yeah, fair enough. I have waited for the message for whatever reason. I don't necessarily know if it's doing me any good or not. All right, well, here's several rocks. Let's see here. They do not look like Quantanium at this distance. Usually you can see the orange in them. Yep, they're not. Can you scan the white diamond with the left mouse button? You can sometimes, San, and great question. Like if I am, see how you can sometimes, but you got to get really close, and it's, you know, it's not always real. See how it's kind of, ugh. And that's why being able to see the types was so important before in the Iron Halo. Now that we can't see the types at a distance, just makes it so significantly less efficient. Now, if I shoot this thing, it's still not kind of letting me. See how it's giving me like a quick scan and then out? Yeah, you see how we're just not getting anything? Now, if I pull out the mining laser, these are just unscannable rocks. That's what's going on. Classic in the Halo. But, you know, like I said, brutal as we're trying to kind of figure out the most efficient ways to locate clusters without getting those scan types. You know, or if you're just trying to, you know, find a way to find Quantanium in the Iron Halo, it's just not going to be as fun as it used to be. All right, so what do we got here? We got lots of RS stuff. There's 1,700. Lots of opportunity markers. 20,000. That is a huge 18,000, 4,000. There's a lot. This is a massive, if we go look over here, you guys, this is a giant scrapyard. Watch the scrap that we run into here. What a bummer. They have ruined Halo mining, which is, you know, Mabutu, one thing I will say is we're still a long ways off from release. Let's see if, yeah, I mean, I agree with you 100%. But I'm going to keep my powder dry and fight the good fight. So we're going to come up on some scrap here of the heavens here, though. Watch. Holy crap. Yeah. Yeah, that's a healthy bit of scrap right there, you guys. Very easy to locate because it's got that, you know, just that meta. And scrap is scrap is scrap. You're not looking for any, you know, I mean, that's the thing. It's all right. 5,100's 3 rocks. We're not going to approach that. 11,900. Let's go ahead and approach that. That's a lot of rocks, you know. Once again, we don't know if it's Quantanium or not, but we'll approach it at least. We'll continue, you know, doing kind of fighting the good fight, seeing if we can get any kind of scans or pings or anything that can help us. And there they are. And then this is me trying to... Now that's at a distance. I'm going to get a type. There's a P type. So, you know, not great, but I mean, at least a little bit faster. We'll take it. 6,000 is going to be scrap. 1,700 is a single rock. 1,700 is a single rock. $1,700. 1,700. 5,100's 3. All right, there's some doublers. We'll approach those guys. Take a look. Now, the good news is, of course, we know when we find Quantanium in the Halo, it can be very lucrative. But, you know, I mean, here's the question. It's, you know, there's going to be a lot more things are going to be just kind of, I mean, scrap is a lot easier to find right now in the Iron Halo. All right, what do we got here? And you can see the actual signal strength building on these things. This looks like quant. It does. But it doesn't look like it's... Does not look like it's scannable. So we'll go ahead and climb out and climb back in and see if that's... we got to keep fighting the good fight, you guys. I mean, it's hard when you find, unscannable Quantanium, but keep fighting here to see if there's some way for us to... Uh-oh, I wonder if we're getting a 30K. Let's look. Yep, it's 30K. Oh, 07. That is a 30K, I think, for sure. Join the prospector, what? That's weird. Maybe it's not a 30K. I mean, it seems like it's acting that way. It's acting like I'm not even in the ship. I ping 180, then I get a marker scroll to 2 degrees again, and then a white diamond pop up. And I hold the left mouse button down, scanning types far out. Well, I'll try it, son. But it hasn't been working for me. We will certainly appreciate your efforts in finding the else alternatives. Absolutely. All right, let's prone our way out of here. Let's see if we can do that. Oh, it's showing me an EVA. Like I'm an EVA. What the heck? You see that? It thinks I'm an EVA. Yeah, it does. It thinks I'm an EVA. So it's not letting me out because it thinks I'm an EVA. All right. And this is not going to ever... See, is there an exit? There is an exit button somewhere. Forget where it is. Not that I think it's going to matter. It's so weird. It thinks that I'm in... Oh, now it seemed to kind of forget that I was... Like it was putting me in EVA like in the cockpit. It was awesome. All right, we'll take a trip to the wild side here. Well, and that's exactly right? I mean, that's why efficiency is so important, Hamma. I agree with you a ton. You don't want to sit there. It's like you're kind of, you get out here and you're sorting through all the different issues, unscannable rocks, and not being able to see what they are at a distance and that type of thing. You finally do find something, and every little bit of time counts, right? And so it's just one of those things where it's, that's the beauty in 317.4 of being able to see the type of rock that it is at a distance. It's very important because it makes everything so much incredibly better. So there's definitely the second set of Quantanium rocks that we were not able to kind of pull out of the fire there. All right, so here is what I think. That's 1700. 1700. And I think we're going to do what Sun was saying, kind of seeing if we can get 1700. I do want to 1700. Well, I'll even try it on this, right? So if I know what you're saying here. Now you're going to get there's your ping, right? So then if you can like hover your mouse, like, but see how I'm scanning on it and it's not, I'm even getting the see how I'm looking for it, son? All right, we'll switch to a different one. Watch. It's a 1700, and I can see it there. I ping it, and I get, there it is, right? And I'm on it now. When I'm scanning on it, it just gives me like a little quick little scanning thing, but it doesn't allow me to, you know, and I'm not moving at all. It's definitely there. But I'm not, and I am holding down, you know, the button trying to get a long scan in, but it's not doing it. And this is normally where, like, you know, if you have the mining laser out, you are able to kind of focus your ping angle down, you know, and then it would tell you the type at a huge distance, and it's not doing that anymore, which is, you know, a big problem. It just, you know, I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it's just there's no efficiency at locating Quantanium. Now, you know, when you start getting under distances of 5,000, you absolutely can make it work. You know, there are occasions where if you scan it, it will, you know, it will show you it, but those are few and far between. So that's why what I've been trying to do is just kind of locate like high signature value. 8,500, for instance. We'll approach that. I think that's 4 rocks. And there is a, hey, Mass, how are you, sir? Nice to see you. How you been? We're out here monkeying around. See, here's the 4 rocks. We're coming up on them now. They do not look like Quantanium. I guess that must be 5 rocks. I need to do better math. 8,500 is 5 rocks. But they're not Quantanium, so we'll keep on rolling. And that's an 890 jump over there, Derelict, for sure. Anytime you see that single icon, I've been really good, man. Kind of getting by. All right. There's a 3,400. That's 2 rocks. So, you know, we'll approach the 2. And there they are. Yeah. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, man. This would be so nice to get 318 and have it. We're kind of out here looking at now this is Quantanium, and I'm going to try and stay a little distance from it. All right, so these are, you know, I'm not seeing where I can, well, maybe. Oh, I am. There is a scan result on those. Let's go get it. All right, we'll try and get ourselves some scan results. Now here, if we, in this case, when we do shoot them, it will help. Watch. Maybe. Yep, see how we're getting scan results now? It's a weird thing. Shooting them is a thing. It's bad. It's back from a couple of, even though that's a blue cap. It's back from a couple of times ago. That's a blue cap. You'll take 375 and you'll like another blue cap there, you guys. Off we go. All right, well, we're... All right, so RS signature away again. That is a 5,100. That's going to be 3 rocks. Never Quantanium. 1,700. 1,700 single rock. Single rock. Single rock. That's a single. 8,000's 4 pieces of scrap. $3,400 some doublers. We'll approach those guys. It doesn't help on the unscannables, but the ones that are gonna scan that won't give you scan results. So it's like when it says scan results, but it just won't give you any. Then if you shoot them, it will kind of wake them up. But it won't wake up unscannable rocks. I've never seen that work, Emma. Yeah, it doesn't. It only is. It's just a weird meta that I've noticed lately, where like if you have a rock and it says like scan results, but it won't give them to you. If you then shoot it and then switch back to the mining laser, it will. But it's not. That's not a solution for unscannable rocks because they don't even give you the scanning results window pane. So. All right, here's. All right, those are Quantanium as well. And they're unscannables because I'm not getting anything. See how you get, if you look at the top of the UI, you get like kind of a quick scan and gone. Like it just, doesn't keep clicking, so you just know it's not working right. So let me go ahead. I'm going to try and do the EVA trick on these guys. I just want to see it work. The EVA trick, I've done it 2 or 3 times and it has not worked yet. Let's just kind of EVA out and see if we can get it to work. Hey, 41 likes, you guys. Thanks so much. I appreciate that. Had a fun stream today. A lot longer than we normally go. It took us a couple hours to get on the server today, though, too. So I'm going to do the thing I normally do to make this work, which is get about 90 away. Have it recognize that I'm out completely. All right. And then I kind of wait for, I don't want to climb back in until it's completely registered me out. That's how I've had this work in the past. It's not, not necessarily always going to work, but I have seen it fix the unscannable rocks many times before. I'm wondering if it's going to do it here in 318. All right. Here comes a spice of meatball. You should have got you. That's awesome. All right, in we go. Ooh, now, I don't know. Looks like they're still going to end up being dead. We'll find out. Yep, not getting any scan results at all on these guys. Did not solve the problem. Let me just go one more time here. It's just when you get that little one, like that one little thing where it says scanning at the top, it doesn't give you more, more and more of those reds. You just know that they're just kind of broken rocks. And so off you go. It's deep dish when the fork and the knife won't, you need a pie slicer. Yeah. That's awesome. There's nothing wrong with it. I love deep dish pizza. That's awesome. All right, let's see here. That's a 1,700. 3,400. All right, we'll approach those 3,400s. Those 2. You can see some salvage material behind it there. The single that we're going by is a scannable rock. You can see I could get an outline on it. Looking for a couple of rocks right in this area here. There they are. And they are scannable. P-types. All right. Well, we could at least see those at a little bit of a distance. Not great. 1700. 17 and 17. Yeah, this has been us, you guys. They must have updated ARC-L1, flew in on another ship I can't even claim or retrieve. Yeah, it's been a little bit of a mess. Like the reclaiming system and everything's been a little bit of a mess, for sure. $1,700. And I think we're all in a spot where we all want 318 to just kind of, let's get the bugs worked out. Let's get it cracking. That's an 8,000. That's going to be scrap pieces. 1,700. So now, and not to be odd, right? But the hour or hour plus I've spent out here now looking for Quantanium, could have been, how many salvage runs could I have had back to the place by now? Probably 2, probably a couple of 100,000. I probably, and that's maybe why, for whatever reason, when we first get into 318, and maybe that salvage is just, unless you feel like going to the and that's 12,000. That's a flat number, so that's going to be scrap. 1,700. Here's a 3,400. Of course, Lyria is going to be fine for Quantanium as long as the meta holds that more than one rock is Quantanium. I don't think any other place has that meta. Might have to start looking for C-type asteroids that have Quantanium and Laranite. Oh yeah, that's a good point, Bubutu. Normally those are like down around ARC-L5 or Mike-L3, one of those two. All right, here's these. It doesn't look like these are going to be scannable. Oh, I'm wrong. And they're P-types. Okay, that's fine. All right, that's 1,700. Another 3,400. 12,000 flat is going to be scrap material. 3 to 4 runs, one's proficient. Yeah, that's the thing. I agree with that 100%, So we knew that was a fat bit of scrap back there. And here are these guys. I just wish it'd tell you the type. M-type, but I'm 1,000 away before it'll tell me. All right. All right. What is this signature value here? 1,700. What about this guy? 1,700. All right. What about this guy? That's 3 rocks, 5,100. 1,700. 1,700. 3,400's 2. We'll fly towards those. And this is where you feel like, man, if I could just hold down at this distance, even get a hold down scanner, or send out a ping, get any kind of feedback on these things. But we don't, right? I mean, they're right here. Oh, they are Q types and they are scannable. Well, that's 2 good things. We've been out here quite a long time looking for these. This is maybe the second or third set we've seen that we could actually even look at. See now, see how I'm not getting scan results right now and I'm hitting them with the laser and everything? This is what I'm talking about. So watch, they're not giving me scan results, not giving me scan results. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the mining laser. I'm going to shoot them. I'm going to turn on the mining laser. See how it goes to scanning then? That's what I mean. It's not, it won't fix the unscannable rocks, but the ones that are going to eventually give you scan results, it does kickstart those. And these are not great rocks either, so couple of crummy rocks. Oh boy. Anyone know the link to see what the issues are working for in 318? I'm sure there are release notes and stuff, Mabutu. I don't have the link close right now. But yeah, this is, and you know, and as for as kind of, I hate to use the word gimped, but as for as uneasy as it is to find Quantanium right now in the air in Halo, it's like twice as easy to find it in Illyria with the exact same mechanic. Because, you know, anything is 3,400, anything that's, you know, anything that's a factor of 1,700. Wow, that's a lot of scrap right there. That's a massive amount of scrap, I believe. Unless it's a bunch of rocks, but I think it's going to end up being scrap. Yep. Bunch of scrap there. Ooh, boy. 1,700. Welcome to the Halo V. Yeah. No question. 1,700. And I mean, you know, there have been different. I've been playing this game since 3.12 or 3. There's been different iterations of, you know, along the path. Sometimes it's been easy to locate Quantanium in the Halo. Sometimes it's been hard. I would say, you know, because you get used to it going faster. Question for you: if you had a start an install of Windows again, would you rather have all your software you need bloated? Basic install every time. Ocean, I never ever. I always start out. You know, I just do the most vanilla install I could possibly do, and then build on it from there. I want to have as few of things, especially on my gaming machine, as few of things running as possible, and I want to control all that stuff. And as I install things, I'll actually go to msconfig and double check and make sure that something else didn't sneak its way into my, you know, to my startup group. And many times you'll be surprised, like if you install like an Adobe product, how much like little extra stuff gets stuck in your startup group. It's annoying. So yeah, I definitely try and maximize the performance of my system for sure. All right, those are Quantanium. And you can see they're unscannable Quantanium because I'm not getting any kind of love. We're going to try it one more time here just because it's given me lots of opportunities to try and see if, you know, in 3.7, oh geez, it thinks you can see it thinks I'm out of the prospector right now. So let's. Same thing here, but in Linux, it's reversed. We have a lot of people transitioning, and the main complaint is the bloat. But the bloat is actually the subfiles needed to run the projects. Oh, I can appreciate that. Yeah. I mean, Linux is a completely different animal in that regard. Eventually, I just kind of. What I want to do is have it try to not think I'm an EVA. I could just tell. You can just tell because it's got EVA jets on that it thinks that I'm in. I can try and clip out, but it's not going to work. Oh, boy. Well, I can't get out of here right now, so I guess that's going to be that. We will try and come in here and just make sure I'm not kind of, you know, I mean, I am crazy, but make sure there's nothing I can do here to... Used to be able to even bump them. I'll even try that. Just anything I can do to kind of wake it up. Yep, you can definitely see no good there. Check the B win. It's I don't know that it's the B win here, but we can, you know, we can certainly look here. I'll do a 2. Oh, did I not spell that right? And I'm gonna try and get out of my seat. No, yep, you can see it thinks I'm an EVA because every time I move, the EVA jets are on. All right, well, we'll just kind of keep on. Hey, you want to know something? I'm going to try something different too. Let's do this. I'm kind of curious. Okay, so I'm in front of these rocks. It's persistent entity streaming. I'm going to go ahead and look bed log and just log back in and see if I see them that way. I'm just curious. Because I'm getting ready to log off anyways here. You know, obviously the... Oh, I can't bed log because it won't recognize me. Let's see if I can kind of clip my way out of the ship at all. Oh, it says I left the channel this time at least. All right. I can't bed log. I was going to bed log and see if I could just see. Now it says I've joined the prospector. Okay. No good there. I didn't mean to hit that. Hold on. Let's trim that back correctly. There we go. $1,700. 1,700. 1,700. 5,100. 1,700. 17. All right. $13,600. Okay, let's head over there. 13,600. All right. Now that looks like that does look like a tight enough cluster to be Quantanium. They have a look to them sometimes. We'll see. All right. It is an E-type cluster. Oh, dude. Brutal. $1,700. Alrighty. 17, 34, 8,000. That's a lot of scrap. So we'll kind of head right towards the 34 here. You almost want to just maybe just do like kind of a quick drive-by on these anymore instead of just slowing down and just kind of don't line up exactly on them. Find where they are. There they are. And then just kind of pull out your mining laser as you're going by. Oh, those are Q types. All right, so. All right, let's kind of move forward. We're getting scan results there. Go ahead and shoot them. They'll start giving us our actual. Not a good rock. 5%er. Not a good rock. All right. Get out of the seat here for a sec. Oh, no, it definitely it's got me an EVA. All right. Ping it out. All right. 17, 17, 17, 10,200. That's rocks right there. Send out another ping. All right, there they are. So we know we're not going to hit them. And then we'll just kind of do a flyby. And as we're flying by, we'll pull out the mining laser. And just look and see if one will give us any kind of a scan result. All right, yep, those are M types. So yeah, that's almost going to be the most efficient way. You just kind of keep it moving. I think that's probably it. I think that's, you know, unfortunately, the best way you're going to be able to do it is just kind of, if they're going to give you, if you're going to fly towards anything that's above, fly towards anything that's, not single rocks, like doublers or above that are factors of 1700. And then as you kind of, go ahead and ping out and get their, figure out where they're at. So you see where they're at. And I'll pull the mining laser out. And I'll just buzz past them. I can see we're cruising along here. There they are. These are Q types. All right, so then you want to stop. All right, when they are this, then you do want to shoot them one time. It's going to give you scan results. That's a 2%er. There was another one. Oh yeah, it's right there. Not a good rock. That's a 2%er. All right. Back to V scans. 180. 1700. 1700. 1700. 1700. Yeah. If this EVA thing is going on when you, yeah. Yes, I know. The heck. All right. All right, you guys. I'm getting close to the end here. 12,000 is going to be a lot of scrap material. I'm almost positive. Let's go ahead and roll up on it and look. It doesn't look like it, though, does it? Ah, it is. I checked the patch notes, at least issues on their list to fix. Oh, what issue is that exactly? Mobutu, help me with that. All right, 1,700. 1,700. Give me the STRC number if as well. I'll definitely go contribute. 1,700. All right, here's 3,400. We'll approach this 3,400. And there's where the rocks are at. We'll go ahead and pull the mining laser out and do a flyby. Because this is really about the fastest way. You're going to have to do a flyby. The scanning details bug. Oh, okay. All right. Q types. All right, let's go ahead and hit the brakes. All right. Let's shoot them. M. All right, that's going to give us the scan results. It's going to be a pretty crummy rock at a 2%er. And a pretty crummy rock. And just because I'm here, like I really want to. Oh. Oh, all right. Well, let's do this. I have did a heck of a stream today, you guys. And I appreciate you hanging in there. I don't think that the Iron Halo, I don't. At this point, we can see kind of. I'm gonna have to look into it some more. And it has gotten late here, so I do want to go spend some time with the family today on Saturday. But I want to thank you all for joining me. This was a great stream, so much fun. I really appreciated you all being here today and contributing. It was awesome. So thank you so big. Have yourself a lovely Saturday. I got to get out of here, and like I said, and just go spend some time with the fam, get a bit of dinner, and see if they don't want to have do a little family time. So thanks so much, everybody. Please take care of yourself, and I will see you all around the verse.